This was just too violent. It was crude and direct, stepping on Qi Minghong's face just like that. The strength terrifyingly great, the space around that kick directly exploding. All of the creatures felt their scalps turn numb. This was but an emperor clan. Yet he was stepped on by a foot just like that, firmly and powerfully, making one's mind tremble. Hong Long. In the surroundings, great void cracks spread outwards. Pitch-black gorges appeared in the air, the scene terrifying, as if it was connected to the underworld. Without a doubt, Qi Minghong suffered a serious blow. His face immediately caved in, bones breaking, blood flying out. This scene extremely cruel. A glorious emperor clan suffered an unimaginable injury. If it was a normal person, that area would have definitely exploded. His skull might not even be able to be preserved. Definitely explode to a bloody mist, body and spirit obliterated. This was not enough even if it was a king clan. Their bones would definitely break apart inch by inch, dying miserably on the spot, killed just like that. However, Qi Minghong wasn't an ordinary person. His Dao skills were profound, flesh having undergone repeated refinement, known to have an unbreaking body among those of his age, shockingly sturdy. Even though he suffered a serious injury, he didn't die, but rather made it through. An expanse of badly mangled flesh remained where his cheek was, the bridge of his nose, the bones of that side, eye socket, and other parts completely caved in, pretty much completely crushed by this kick. This could be considered a fatal blow. Even someone as strong as Qi Minghong released a muffled groan. Body bending back, flying outwards, primordial spirit unstable, almost dying. Many parts of his skull split apart, the space between his brows even more so dripping with blood. This was the most terrifying injury, danger of his primordial spirit being destroyed at every turn. This was something worth rejoicing over, because his primordial spirit, that fist-height blood beast, was not in his head, but rather floating in the air, displaying the time domain. When Shurhao's foot smashed over, it quickly withdrew, moreover protecting his body with time fragments, escaping backwards. However, the blood beast had no way of stopping that kick, the body taking a heavy strike. Hong! Qi Minghong's body shook greatly. As he flew out, the blood beast returned to his skull. In that instant, all of the bones in his body erupted with noise. He was beyond furious, restoring his wounded body. No one had ever injured him like this. He actually almost exploded to pieces just now. Even though he avoided disaster at the crucial moment, his injuries weren't light. His cheek was even destroyed. How terrifying of a thing was this? Could be considered a great humiliation. Dong! Heaven and earth trembled, divine force breaking through the clouds. It was because this matter wasn't finished, the battle far from finished. Shurhao pressed forward, shockingly vicious, fists smashing over one after another, the void even collapsing under his blows, the sky dome shattered. All of it smashed into Qi Minghong's body. Now, his extreme strength already blasted through the time domain, struggling free from that cage, recovering his freedom, occupying the advantage again. There was no way he would let the other party go, wishing to kill Qi Minghong here. Everyone was dazzled. Huang was too domineering, suppressing Qi Minghong, continuously bombarding him with attacks just like that, about to beat him to pieces. Right now, everyone recovered their freedom, able to move again. Previously, they were also within the time domain's restriction, entering that terrifying frozen state, imprisoned. The time domain was terrifying beyond compare. Known as an unmatched great Tao law, couldn't be defied, simply impossible to be freed from. Hong! Shurhao's fists smashed down again and again. His fists sparkling, unstoppable, powerful to the point where even Qi Minghong felt great pain. His expression changing. Pong! Qi Minghong's arms were crossed before him, stopping Shurhao's endlessly domineering fist imprints. His entire body was releasing great Tao law symbols, blocking these world-shocking attacks. In that instant, his fists felt numb, as if they were going to break. It was because he was a step behind, losing the initiative in a passive state, completely locked down. He had to passively defend himself, unable to face the enemy in his greatest state. It was just like at the very beginning when he used the time domain to restrict Sure how, in that moment, the other side was on the defensive, almost suffering a disaster. Now, he also entered a predicament. Sure how's precious techniques were terrifying beyond compare, suppressing Qi Menghong's body until it was about to split apart. It was because his ancestral technique was subdued, momentarily unable to be completely released. Everyone was shocked. How did Huang do it? He actually freed himself from the time domain, struggling free, now instead suppressing his opponent. He was ferocious after all, a dominating figure in this generation. Right now, after Sure how recovered his freedom, he was powerful like a dragon or tiger, entire body having endless power, continuously attacking Qi Menghong. Once he struggled free from that type of predicament, his various miraculous methods could all be displayed. This was why blasts of light appeared one after another, released by great Tao symbols, completely bombarding his opponent. At the same time, this also placed him in an alert state, reflecting over the source of his danger just now. Restricted by time domain, losing all of his magical force and world-shocking divine abilities, unable to display them, restricted there made him almost no different from a cripple. In the past, even though Sure how had been forced on the defensive, his hands weren't bound like this. He should have been more vigilant before. Huang, go to hell! Qi Menghong roared. Being suppressed and beaten like this, how could he just accept this? This wasn't his style, it was always him who advanced unstoppably, killing his opponents, yet today it was completely the opposite. A furnace appeared within his body, merging with his heart, bright red and shining. Now it immediately rushed out, continuously enlarged, wishing to suppress and kill Sure how. This furnace wasn't a material body, but rather something made from blood energy. After being supported by heart blood, magical force became boundless, the power great, as if the universe was crushing down. Even though it wasn't that large, it still had a type of undefiable power. Scarlet King Furnace. His ancestor, Scarlet King, was known to be the most vicious, undying king, someone who directly refined an immortal king into bloody paste, buried within a precious furnace. Later on, the Scarlet King Furnace and secret method merged, producing an unmatched ancestral technique and bloodline, passed down like this to later generations. What Qi Menghong displayed right now was precisely the matchless vicious technique of the past. Hong Long. He wanted to send Sure how flying, moreover collect him inside of the scarlet blood furnace, refine him into a bloody paste through his own Tao flames, recreate his ancestors' unmatched divine might. Only, Sure how's current situation was too fierce, impossible to suppress, unable to be collected into the furnace. He was like a war immortal who came from the distant past, gods or Buddhas similarly cut down, domineering beyond compare. A fist smashed down on the Scarlet King Furnace, the noise ear-splitting, divine sound intimidating, sending it flying out. Hong. Sure how grabbed Qi Menghong's shoulder with a single-handed grip, wishing to grab his neck. His other hand formed a fist, fiercely smashing down. Qi Menghong roared furiously, entire body shining, great Tao symbols flickering like the stars of the heavens, covering the surface of his body, fiercely resisting, wishing to send Sure how flying off him. Hong. Sure how subdued him, viciously rushing down, sending him smashing straight down from midair down to the mountaintop, crashing into the ground flickering with metallic luster. Traces appeared one after another on the mountaintop, flowing like molten iron. This was the great formation left behind from immortal ancient times. Protected this mountain, ensured that it wouldn't break. Otherwise, the aftereffects of these two's battle would be enough to tear apart the divine peak. Collect! Qi Menghong released a light shout. Not far out, the furnace that flew out, with a quang dang noise, opened its furnace lid, releasing scarlet multicolored light, wishing to suck Sure how inside. Moreover, the strangest thing was that a pair of arms reached out from inside, carrying traces of blood, covered in ruined battle armor, as if it was reaching out from hell itself. Pong! Those arms were too fast. They grabbed Sure how, about to drag him inside the furnace, refine him away. The arms of an immortal king? Many people were horrified, chills even running down their spines. Everyone knew that the Scarlet King Furnace had refined an immortal king before, moreover mutated because of this. These imprints had been passed on through the blood of later generations. Now, the innate ancestral method Qi Menghong used was precisely this type of embodiment. Of course, for him, there was no way he could activate an immortal king's power. However, for his cultivation realm, it was still a great murderous technique that could sweep through all enemies. Hong, sure how brandished his fist, striking out with all his strength, wishing to break these arms. Only those arms were too sturdy, difficult to break through. They were just that terrifying, wishing to strangle Sure How to death, drag him into the furnace to refine him. Just because this old tiger doesn't display my power, you treat me like some sick cat? Sure Hao's eyes flickered with radiance. With a honglong noise, a lightning pool appeared at the center of his palm. Then he slapped down, the lightning pouring down like silver streams, striking those arms. Moreover, Peng cries sounded. A Kuan Peng appeared. Its golden feathers covered in golden spots were completely released. Like 100,000 heavenly swords cutting down a demon, the two types of precious techniques merged together. With a honglong noise, those arms were forcibly broken. The Scarlet King Furnace sent flying. Then he overlaid the two precious techniques, attacking Qi Menghong. Peng! With an unmatched attitude, Sure How suppressed Qi Menghong, slamming his body into the mountain region, straight back into the earth and rock. Moreover, terrifying Kuan Peng fists tore through his defenses, placing him in a dangerous situation. Wang! Time fragments flew about, carrying undefiable strength. Qi Menghong quietly released his time domain, wishing to suddenly deal a fatal blow. You still want to use this trick? Sure How sneered. He suppressed the other party, his right hand now shining. It wasn't the Kuan Peng technique, but rather Reincarnation fist, similarly using time natural laws. It was because previously, when his body was surrounded by time, his body restricted, the other party seizing the advantage, he couldn't even use this technique. Now, it was different, he still had his freedom, able to use all of his techniques. The two types of secret methods were both related to time. They now collided. Hong! Heaven and earth broke apart, time fragments flying in all directions. A long river appeared, the power of time. Emperor Clan? Are they going to be defeated today? How could this be possible? The Emperor Clan's younger generation unstoppable individuals, even known to be undefeated legends, are going to be killed by Huang. Some people trembled. In the past, at most, the foreign side's kings would be defeated, but now the Emperor Clans have appeared, fighting against Huang. Yet even victory or defeat were hard to say. This left many anxious and frightened. They were praying, hoping for Qi Menghong to win. It was because their side had already won many times. Moreover, they were more arrogant and wild in nature to begin with, always looking down on the 9 heavens 10 earths. Yet now, the king clans couldn't injure Huang after they moved out. Too many to count killed by him instead. That was why they longed for victory, wishing to defeat Huang head-on. But they kept failing. This already became something that kept gnawing at their minds, a problem they couldn't solve. Now, many people were extremely nervous, fearing that Qi Menghong would be defeated. This was an emperor clan, a younger generation top-level figure. If he was defeated, then that would mean that there really weren't any people who could defeat Huang. Unstoppable in the younger generation. This type of title was something everyone thought about, but not everyone had the right to fight for it. Meanwhile, the two fighting right now were definitely contenders. The current struggle was related to who was the true supreme being. Peng! Sure Hao's fist collided with the other side's magical imprint. Brilliant colors immediately overflowed, time power surging. There was a river of time that was faintly discernible, rising and falling there. Space was no longer stable, the power of time spreading, worn down by corrosion of time. The two individuals' bodies both became indistinct. In that instant, it was as if they disappeared from this world, heading into the ancient times, moving towards the desolate wasteland, becoming creatures of history. This was a strange phenomenon created by the power of time. Everyone held their breaths, continuously backing up, standing in the distance, scared of being caught up in their battle again, giving them a sufficiently wide battlefield. You also understand time natural laws? Qi Menghong was extremely shocked. This was their innate wondrous technique. Who would have thought that this opponent also grasped it? Moreover, the two set out from different starting points. His was to restrict the other party, seal him in place, while the other party wished to sever time, remove his lifespan. Time stasis. Qi Menghong roared, truly angered. The other party was fighting him in his own most proficient domain. This was provocation, even more so a type of contempt. In the distance, many people trembled. That clan's ancestral technique was exceptionally powerful. Back then, when time stopped, all things became still, all time interrupted. This was known to be an ultimate secret method. In this world, which divine abilities could be known to be unmatched. This time stasis was definitely one of those unmatched techniques. Reincarnation, Sure Hao shouted out. That fists became even more resplendent than before, flickering with imperishable brilliance of endless generations, lighting up Dao Comprehension Mountain, clashing with those unmatched techniques. Time came to a standstill, all things were fading away, coming to a standstill. Only a single youngster was brandishing a fist, resisting. Sure Hao wanted to break through this situation with reincarnation, make this secret technique collapse. It had to be said that the other side's divine ability was too terrifying. After Sure Hao used this type of reincarnation fist, he still felt his body go rigid, being restricted. However, this time he wasn't in as passive of a state as before, because he was already mentally prepared, not fearing the other side. Seal! Qi Menghong shouted, supporting his ancestral technique, raising its power to the greatest. The world became dark, or perhaps it could be said that it returned to the origin. The world was full of primal chaos, displaying the most basic source. Qi Menghong was forming imprints, creating a time prison with primal chaos as the metal pillars. Time as the chains, locking down Sure Hao, restraining him here. That cage wasn't that large, only about 10 square zhang. It was located on the mountain peak, absorbing the time fragments of all sides, gathering all power here, forming a prison. Kill! Qi Menghong roared out, wishing to suppress Sure Hao with the prison. It is actually about to succeed. Huang trapped in the time prison, really about to be killed. The undefeated Huang is finally going to lose today. The Emperor clan is going to capture him. Worthy of being Scarlet King's descendant. Nearby, many people were moved, carrying expressions of joy, cheering. They stood far away, scared of being involved. Now they were all cheering with excitement and joy. Huang really had become a sore point for a few king clans. If he couldn't be defeated in public, then they would always feel like they let down their reputation as warlike clans. The time prison was extremely sturdy. Time was condensed, wishing to crush Sure Hao, this prison simply like the underworld. In the eyes of others, Huang didn't have any chance of surviving. It was because this was a prison derived from time stasis. It was definitely terrifying. Only Qi Menghong frowned, because it didn't immediately kill Huang. He was still there, moreover attacking, resisting this prison. A figure continued to brandish his fists, not hurried or too slow, having his own rhythm, still able to move. The entire prison contracted, but it couldn't crush Sure Hao. He was like a war deity, an unmatched war deity who walked over from the ancient times, heaven and earth difficult to extinguish. He brandished his fists, blasting the skies, just that unyielding. Reincarnation divine ability, seizing time, it was extracting tie fragments from the time prison, breaking it apart. Die! Qi Menghong shouted out, stirring forth all of his body's power to control the cage, suppressing Sure Hao. Their battle reached a crucial point. Sure Hao had a choice. He could use the magical immunity super ability, something the other side couldn't defend effectively against, and then suddenly slaughter his way over to kill him. It was because right now he had freedom, able to move, not completely suppressed by time. However, in the end, he still held back, not using this secret technique, because he had previously heard that there was an emperor clan who grasped this power, known to be one of the most ancient families. Perhaps the other emperor clans also had corresponding methods to deal with this. At the same time, Hao didn't want to reveal all of his trump cards either. He still wanted to try some other methods, use other secret techniques to crumble Qi Minghong's most powerful methods. At the very least, right now, he could withstand the other side's skills. Hong. Time power surged. Hao poured in lightning power, guiding over lightning Dao power, blasting the prison. He continuously swung his fists, really looking like a reincarnated war god, possessing a type of unmatched loftiness. Kacha. Finally, that prison was broken through. He struggled free. The reincarnation fist absorbed time fragments. Lightning Dao natural laws pierced through the prison, breaking through the other side's time domain. Hu. Qi Menghong immediately coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering a backlash. In that instant, the hair on his temples grayed, the effects of reincarnation force, seizing some of his time. No! A few king clans cried out, inwardly alarmed, panicking. Even the emperor clan Qi Menghong was going to be defeated? This left all of them shocked. Hao was like an unchained vicious beast. Right now, he possessed a terrifying aura, endless lightning and time fragments smashed over. Hu. Qi Menghong received a heavy blow, blood gushing out from his mouth again, entire body flying out. The backlash was too serious, making it really hard for him to retaliate. Right now, at least a large half of his hair became white. Lightning pierced his body, reincarnation corroding his soul. This was life-threatening danger. The crowd was stunned. Wu Kuan, Yu Yu, and the others were all stupefied. Mo Xian's beautiful eyes flickered, seemingly not foreseeing this result either. It was because Qi Menghong excelled precisely in time laws, yet in the end, he was injured in his own domain, life force seized by time. This was definitely unusual. Oh! A beast roar tore apart the silence. The mist between heaven and earth all disappeared. When Qi Menghong flew out far enough, he stabilized his body. Moreover, his head of white hair became black again, recovering. This made many people shocked. Huang, you made me feel humiliation. I've endured for too long already. It is time to end things. Qi Menghong said coldly. A fist-sized blood beast appeared, floating above the crown of Qi Menghong's head. This was his primordial spirit, as well as his original appearance, extremely vicious and sinister. It had a flood dragon head and a lion body, but it wasn't skin and armor that covered his body, but rather scarlet bone spurs. They were sturdy, flickering with ice-cold radiance. Even though it wasn't large, it was still extremely dangerous, known to be one of the most terrifying species. This was a time beast. It was incredibly powerful from past until now. There were no especially effective way to deal with it. It was also known as an undefeated clan. Qi Menghong was precisely a time beast. Right now, the scarlet primordial spirit appeared, stopping above his head, gathering the most terrifying power. Aho! The primordial spirit of a time beast was roaring. Candles appeared one after another in his surroundings, all of them lit, becoming blood-colored, smoke rising in spirals. He actually fully cultivated this ancestral method? Many people were shocked, including Emperor clans Qing Kuan, Yu Yu, and the others, all of their pupils contracting, staring there. It was still time power, but the meaning was now completely different. One had to reach a certain cultivation realm first, evolve the original time ancestral method in order to display it. It could be said that this type of thing wasn't an inherited secret technique, but rather needed to be comprehended by oneself. Only then could it be evolved to a world-shocking vicious method. The candles flickered, smoke rising in spirals, candlelight fluttering about, extremely mysterious. What was burning was time, summoning the power to extinguish 10,000 spirits. This was a sublimation of the time Tao laws. Normally speaking, before one reached the Supreme Being realm, it was too hard to experience. This type of technique couldn't be understood. Qi Menghong succeeded, able to use this type of divine ability at his age, summoning time candles, burning time itself, summoning the power to extinguish all things. Hao frowned, feeling a wave of unusual pressure, a life-threatening danger. Burning time, this was definitely a world-shocking killing method. Should he use his trump cards? He frowned. He had a few methods, perhaps it was time to use them. And suddenly he was moved. A few strange blood wisps shone, flowing towards his limbs and white bones, his body full of a strange power. The third supreme being technique. It actually revived at this time, displaying its unequaled power. Sure How had a feeling that this type of precious technique was about to mature. It had already been nurtured for so long within him, bone patterns becoming more and more clear, about to emerge. A wave of irresistible urge welled up within him, making Sure How unable to hold back a great roar. He couldn't hold back anymore, directly taking action. Hung Long. His fist smashed over, fist radiance astonishing, as if lightning hacked across the dark cosmos, illuminating this ancient boundless world, rising and falling with it. At this moment, all of it was crushed under this fist's might. Pooh! Qi Menghong was struck through. The bloody hole in his chest connected from front to back. He was sent flying, blood dyeing the skies. The sudden fist's power dominated heaven and earth, piercing through Qi Menghong's chest, going straight through. Blood splashed out, the white bones dense, falling into a pool of blood. Qi Menghong suddenly raised his head, his expression full of shock, not daring to believe what had happened. Right now, he was a bit dumbstruck. In reality, everyone was stunned. What was going on? This was too sudden. Qi Menghong had just stored up power, just produced the most powerful battle state. Yet who would have thought that Huang would directly send a fist over, completely unstoppable, sending him flying? No one expected Qi Menghong to obtain such world-shaking strength after the candles were lit, about to display his ancestor Scarlet King's unmatched glory. However, at this crucial moment, when he gathered enough strength, preparing to destroy his opponent, Huang suddenly took action, interrupting his charging state. This was like being kicked straight from heaven to an endless abyss, almost falling straight to hell. This could be considered a shocking change, exceeding everyone's expectations. Who didn't know about the Time Beast's most powerful ancestral method? One had to exceed the limit and ultimate divine ability. Defeated. Qi Menghong was defeated just like this. Many people were going crazy, muttering to themselves, unable to accept this result. Even emperor clans were defeated, who in the same generation was still Huang's opponent. The various great king clans were all hopeful, longing for victory, wishing for it to be in an upright and frank way. They wanted Huang to experience defeat before everyone's eyes, for everyone to witness his head-on defeat. However, in the end, even the dream of emperor clans fell at Huang's hands. The undefeated legend ended so unreasonably in one blow. Qi Menghong couldn't accept this, felt too sullen. He was about to use his ultimate method, yet in the end he was knocked flying by Huang, almost dying from that fist. Huang! He spat out a mouthful of bloody suds. Towards this defeat, he was extremely unwilling. He had confidence that as long as he could display that type of evolved ancestral method, he could kill any enemy. Success was already within sight, already about to kill his opponent. Yet he ended up suffering such a miserable defeat. Sure How really found this feeling too wonderful. At that moment, all of his blood surged, the bizarre blood wisps extending out, granting him unending power. Multiplied. His strength had been multiplied many times, speed also like this, comprehensively increased by a great margin. In that instant, it was as if he was a completely different person. That was why just now, the fist he released blasted through all types of defensive secret methods, piercing through his opponent's body protecting screen, seriously injuring him. He felt that when these bone texts matured, its power would become greater and greater. Right now, it was still not perfect, still a bit lacking, yet he could already see just how powerful it was. Just a casual attack produced this type of divine might. It really made even he himself tremble inwardly. Just now, the supreme being blood in his body clearly sensed external threat, stimulated by a type of powerful pressure, triggering its premature awakening. Sure How didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. He didn't want any problems to appear during the third precious technique's nurturing process, because he had great expectations for it. Right now, he felt the blood within his body become boiling hot, bone texts interweaving, rumbling, many imprints rushing out from within, even engraving themselves towards his breastbone, forming bone texts in the truest of meaning. In the past, his supreme being bones had continuously been removed, one obtained by Shi, the other given to his younger brother. The third one didn't wish to be produced like that, wishing to be nurtured in the blood. However, today it activated ahead of time. The blood uncontrollably poured over his breastbone, as if it was going to grow a completely different supreme being bone. This made Xianxia hesitate, thinking things over continuously. He didn't know if he should interfere or let it do its thing. He frowned, feeling like he released the power of the third type of precious technique a bit early, not knowing if this will cause some unexpected changes. Huang, I am unwilling. Do you dare fight me at my best? Qi Menghong crawled up, his chest caving in, front and back connected, covered in blood. He really couldn't accept this. He was defeated just like this, leaving him a bit stunned. How could things be like this? The power of burning time, he finally touched the boundaries, about to display it. Yet he was forcefully oppressed by the other side. The candle flame scattered. It really left him feeling too sullen. Oh! Xianxia looked towards him, not immediately taking action. Qi Menghong's entire body shone, igniting his life potential. He wanted to take action again. Based on his intentions, he wanted to ignite the candle flames, release the most powerful time Dao laws to fight Huang again. Xianxia didn't take action watching those candles. Sure enough, time was burned, the power of time itself as the primer. It was as if an offering was being carried out, but also as if there were prayers, looking like he could communicate with the existences of the underworld. Kill, kill, kill. Qi Menghong suddenly roared out, already going crazy. He was scared that Xianxia would try to seize the initiative to attack again. So he was the first one to move, burning the candles, releasing terrifying magical force. This secret technique possessed strange power, as if it could annihilate all creatures, ripple through the entire ancient realm. The candle lights flickered about, representing time itself, the order of the heavens. Meanwhile, the candle fragrance was dancing about, rising in spirals, tearing apart the sky dome, displaying unmatched power. The other side already took action, so how could Xianxia still be overly polite? No matter how curious he was, wishing to see the greatest power of this divine ability, he wouldn't wait stupidly. This time he still didn't hold back, using the third type of supreme being again, because right now, his blood was boiling, bone texts flourishing uncontrollably, longing to be unleashed. Dong! The noise was even more muffled, blood splashing high into the air. Qi Menghong was struck until half his body exploded. If not for his time-beast primordial spirit rushing out at the critical juncture, he might have died. It was because there was now even a bloody hole between his brows, the finger Xianxia released at the final moments, incredibly vicious. As for those candles, they were directly crushed by his fist strength. Candle lights extinguished, smoke rising in spirals and scattering, ruined. While carrying several drops of essence blood, the time-beast primordial spirit rushed into the heavens, releasing a furious roar, fleeing towards the horizon, carrying humiliation and endless anger. It wanted to run. Where do you think you are going? Xianxia reached out a hand, immediately covering the skies, grabbing forward. However, a group of people stopped him, especially those elders who protected the Dao Comprehension tea tree, all of them taking action, not letting him do as he wished. It was because if an Emperor clan young expert died and they did nothing, there might be great guilt placed on them. Xianxia laughed, no longer taking action. Ending with this situation was already enough. An Emperor clan fled for his life, kings offering help. This could be considered an excellent conclusion. Ha ha ha! Xianxia roared with laughter. In everyone else's ears, it felt extremely ear-piercing. It was because they were defeated again, moreover defeated when an Emperor clan took action, almost killed in the process. The reason Qi Menghong could run away in the end was because of everyone's assistance. Was there anything even more aggravating than this? A single youngster challenged all of the geniuses of this side. Yet it was still Huang who won in the end. Yu, Wu Kuan and the others wanted to take action, but they didn't want to do it right now, not willing to step up immediately after Qi Menghong was defeated. Moreover, they still wanted to seize Dao comprehension tea leaves. Shi Hao laughed loudly, basically undisguised provocation, looking down on the other side's kings, making their faces fall ashen, extremely unpleasant. On the ground, Qi Menghong's body turned into a vicious beast, not all that large and tall, just a zhang or so long, entirely scarlet red, carrying ice-cold metallic luster, covered in bone spurs. Its appearance was similar to its primordial spirit after all. This was the time beast's original body. Shi Hao walked over, his finger like a blade. With a piu sound, he directly removed a beast leg. Half of its body had been smashed, but there was still a half that was intact. He chose a complete beast leg, carrying it in his hands. What are you trying to do? A King clan expert shuddered. He gathered courage, berating from that place. I am collecting my spoils of war. What does it have to do with you? If you don't want to die, then get lost. Shi Hao's eyes were ice-cold, killing intent surging like wisps of smoke, not hiding anything. That King clan expert immediately felt his entire body go taut, icy coldness penetrating into his bones, feeling as if he fell into an icehouse. He didn't say a single word more, not daring to open his mouth. Huang, don't go too far. A few people shouted, standing together, as if they were using each other as support out of fear of Shi Hao attacking them. Shi Hao didn't pay them any attention, sitting down, directly cleaning that beast leg. He lit a Dao flame right there and then, starting to roast it. In that instant, this place was dead silent, a few people's jaws almost falling to the ground. At first, they thought that he was purposely breaking Qi Menghong's body, using this as humiliation. However, they never expected that he actually did this for food. Ah, Huang, what are you doing? You are inciting public anger. Not far out, Qi Menghong's servant screamed, truly frightened badly. This was especially the case with the human race servant who had his body blasted to pieces, only a head remaining. It was not far out, too close to Shi Hao. This human servant was shaking, convulsing, horrified to the extreme. His patron that he relied on even had his body cut up. How could he not be scared? However, he still shouted, Huang, you can't do this. It's too savage and cruel. They are but emperor clans. How could you eat him? You good-for-nothing slave, beyond saving. Shi Hao gave him a cold look. Then, he roasted that beast leg while saying, the foreign creatures eat my human race, not wishing to speak any reasoning, because the weak eat the strong. As a human, this is all I can do, powerfully retaliate. All those who eat us humans, I will do everything I can to retaliate, kill and treat them as prey. Seize back the glory of the human race that has disappeared through eating, wash away the humiliation. This is precisely what I am doing right now, eating a beast leg. Motherfucking eating emperor clans? Even eating is a type of glory. It really frightened many creatures badly. Wu, you obtained another Dao comprehension tea leaf. Hurry and offer it up. Shi Hao looked over, pointing at a King clan's people. You are robbing us. Correct. You are absolutely right. I am robbing. Shi Hao replied absent-mindedly. Those King clan cultivators' faces immediately became green, feeling a headache. They were all furious, inwardly cursing Huang. You really are going to be just this direct? Robbing, doing it so openly and without fear, stating like this was only normal, it really made others want to vomit blood, wishing to smack him. However, they weren't his opponent. This clan wanted to ask for help. They looked towards other creatures, but no one paid them any attention, completely ignoring them. I don't want to hear nonsense, and don't waste my time. It was precisely you all and Qi Menghong's servants who interfered with my Dao comprehension tea leaf acquisition process. It's now time to collect interest, Shi Hao said. He sat on the ground, carrying a large beast leg in his hands. It was more than half a person's height, a strand of Dao flames surging from it, currently being cooked repeatedly. The fiery light was extremely bright, Dao patterns interweaving. These were flames produced by Dao laws. You already took a leaf from us. One of those King clan cultivators braced himself and said, He felt great shame. This wasn't the first time they were being robbed. Now, it was even so direct. If they were strong enough, he really wanted to go over and fight. Of course I know this. After robbing you guys, I settle a debt with Qi Menghong, Shi Hao said calmly. However, in everyone's ears, these words weren't calm at all, instead surging like great waves. What was Huang trying to say? Was this a death threat and warning? It was because after settling the debt with Qi Menghong, the Emperor clan young experts almost died, their primordial spirits escaping with difficulty. Take it! After a moment of silence, those young experts gave up. One of the King clan experts walked over, handing over a sparkling leaf in an extremely sullen mood. Thanks, buddy. Shi Hao expressed his thanks. Those people's faces darkened. Thanks? Thanks my ass. Shi Hao proficiently turned the beast leg over the flame while accepting the tea leaf. It was already cooked, carrying a bit of golden luster, a rich meat fragrance spreading. Meanwhile, during this process, Shi Hao continuously added seasoning to the beast leg, his movements practiced and quick, full of experience, as if he often did this type of thing. This made the crowd's jaws drop, looking at him with strange expressions. Don't tell me this fella often did this type of thing? My skills are getting a bit rusty. Been some months since I've been able to gorge myself. Shi Hao muttered. Motherfucker. A group of people wanted to curse out, all of them furious. He was a cultivator, yet he cared about some cooking skills? However, from his appearance, they knew that he definitely wasn't of the good sort. In their eyes, this youngster definitely had a black heart and vicious hands, definitely roasting quite a few of his opponents, swallowing them whole. We should just leave. After those King clan cultivators discussed things, they came to this decision, faces green. It was because with this vicious Huang here, they definitely wouldn't get anything. They were worried that they would get robbed each time they obtained a leaf. Slow down. You all still owe me a Dao comprehension tea leaf. Shi Hao stopped him. When they heard this, those people immediately staggered, almost falling. Of course, the most annoying thing happened. These people wanted to speak out in anger, but they were scared that Huang would act out. This really was completely absurd. Their expressions changed, becoming incomparably gloomy. This is an instance of natural luck. Why are you all in such a hurry to leave? I need 3 Dao comprehension tea leaves as interest. The rest are yours to keep. Shi Hao said. Those people looked at each other in dismay. Feeling so much hatred, the roots of their teeth were sore. At the same time, they really didn't want to leave. Based on their calculations, they could still obtain 1 or 2 leaves. Soon afterwards, this place became intense again. Many people taking action, blasting the altar, seizing the leaves. Meanwhile, during this process, Shi Hao cooked that beast leg, the color golden, fragrance spreading. There were also many time fragments floating about. This type of meat quality was clearly great mending medicine, carrying Dao law energy, flowing with chains of order. This was the essence of the time beast. This really is too delicious. When Shi Hao took a bite, his face was full of expression, eyes closing, completely infatuated. Symbols flickered endlessly between his lips and teeth. When the others saw him, they were beyond fed up with him. This hateful Huang, while others were working their asses off seizing Dao comprehension tea leaves, he was eating and drinking heartedly. Of course, many people felt jealousy. Even though they really wanted to curse him, they were envious inside. That was but a time beast. Who dared eat such a thing? Since the ancient times, time beasts were always unmatched clans. With Scarlet King overseeing this clan and their innate skills, which clan dared offend them? Emperor clans, from past until now, when had they been treated as food? Now, someone did it, roasting Qi Menghong, eating a leg in front of everyone, looking incomparably satisfied, leaving others speechless. Under the Dao comprehension tea tree, those elders actually didn't stop him, only watching coldly. He really ate it. In the distance, those creatures said with trembling voices, as if they had seen a ghost. This Huang was too savage, daring to eat even an emperor clan. I want to see who can protect him. When Scarlet King comes out of seclusion, even if the other undying kings want to keep his life, it will be hard. Under the Tao Comprehension tea tree, an elder said coldly. Regardless of what these people thought, Sure Hao really did eat the time beast. He felt like he made some progress in his reincarnation divine ability, seizing many time fragments from the fine meat, the power of natural laws. Soon afterwards, the entire beast leg was finished. Woo, that really was delicious. The heaven and earth essence stored within this type of leg is comparable to several hundred years of cultivation effort. Sure Hao sighed with praise. It was a type of great mending medicine even for him. Emperor Clan, who dared eat them, who could eat them? This was completely taboo. Even if there were some creatures who inwardly swallowed their saliva, they still felt a type of alarm. Huang was too terrifying, too much of a freak. Then, Sure Hao wasn't polite at all, seizing the rest of Qi Menghong's body. This was a vicious beast, extremely ferocious and sinister, with a flood dragon head and lion body. The surface of its body was covered in bone spurs. Sure Hao brought it over, soon afterwards fishing out 5 jade containers from its body. There were 5 Tao Comprehension tea leaves there. He smiled. His rewards this time were quite abundant. A cup of tea after a good meal, and then a nap, Sure Hao said. He put the time beast's body away. Then, he began to gather the snow water from the distant frozen peak, starting to brew tea. The 5 leaves were all used in 1 cup, all found from Qi Menghong's body. They were cooked together, extremely extravagant. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes all opened wide, really wanting to loudly berate this wastrel. So jealous their eyes became red. These were Tao Comprehension tea leaves. This was just like an ox chewing on peonies. Sure Hao didn't pay them any attention, just that easygoing. After the tea water was prepared, fragrance wafted out, waves of great Tao shining, making him feel clear-headed and refreshed. Then, he drank it with a single mouthful, not even enjoying it sip by sip. This clearly made everyone feel more and more uneasy, really wishing to beat him up, suppress him. Sure Hao closed his eyes, carefully experiencing this. His body felt clear, sensing heaven and earth natural laws, lingering within great Tao order, comprehending the real meaning of cultivation. Hong Long, an expanse of brilliance surged from his body, and then another wave was released, symbols flickering about again and again, the brilliance resplendent, as if there were many suns here. The great Tao aura was extremely rich, truly astonishing. No matter how unwilling the great king clans were, one point where they couldn't refute was that Huang was indeed just that heaven-defying in his path of cultivation, leaving them jealous and envious. Everyone knew that he obtained great benefits again. Kacha! It was like bone-cracking sounds, but also like lightning flying past. This entire world trembled. At the same time, Sure Hao's body also shook. Then he opened his eyes. This was all because he broke through. The 5 leaves merged into 1 pot, turning into Tao liquid, allowing his comprehension to reach a deeper level of profoundness. Now he successfully advanced. Self-severing realm late stage. He broke through just like that, becoming stronger and stronger. In reality, when Sure Hao drank a cup of Tao Comprehension tea before, he already sensed that he was a step away from self-severing realm's late stage. However, he knew that sometimes, half a step of distance was like a heavenly moat, also like a path to the sky, which was why he didn't hesitate to brew the 5 Tao Comprehension tea leaves together, drink it in 1 gulp. As a result, he directly gained enlightenment, smoothly advancing. Sure Hao stood up, stretched out his body, sensing the power of his body. With power came more confidence. His cultivation realm increased, Tao skills improved, strength extremely horrifying. The other creatures were actually a bit stunned. He ate a time beast's leg, drank a cup of tea, and he already experienced a great breakthrough? Was there anything more absurd than this? They were all screaming inwardly. This world was too unfair. Why was this savage fella this much of a freak? Everyone was speechless. Huang broke through again, meaning that he became another bit stronger, even harder to contend against. Who could still fight against him? Everyone was stupefied, furious, unwilling, at the same time a bit frightened. Huang really was too terrifying. Just how old was he? Yet he wasn't far from the self-release realm. At this age, with this type of cultivation speed, it was definitely enough to break this great era's records. Many people began to lack confidence, because in their opinion, Huang's eyes were extremely bright, currently looking around, sizing up everyone. What was the meaning of this? Was he going to rob a large group of creatures? Huang's eyes were shining too brightly, as if there was green light released from them. He looked excited, his eyes scanning over everyone. He felt like a wolf who had starved for many days, now finally seeing prey, about to hunt. Those vicious eyes were too similar, simply the same. The group of people were all extremely uneasy. Being stared at by this extremely young fella made their bodies all become tense. You all aren't bad. Obtained another tea leaf. Come here and pay back your debt and settle things. Sure how looked towards one group of people. Those king clans' faces immediately fell, feeling completely powerless, almost directly falling weak. Why were Huang's eyes this vicious? They worked themselves to death, finally obtaining a third leaf. Yet in the end, he noticed it again. They were spiritually weary and physically exhausted, the price they paid too great. They finally obtained a third Dao comprehension tea leaf with difficulty. Yet in the end, they had to offer it up again. They wanted to cry, really felt too wronged. These were their Dao comprehension tea leaves, 3 chances to comprehend the Dao. Yet these chances were gone just like that. Why did they have to provoke Huang? If they knew that things would end up like this, they really shouldn't have listened to Qi Minghong's order. Just interfering once resulted in having to pay this type of miserable price. These people wanted to cry. Just give it to him, it's still better than losing our lives in the end. Even Qi Minghong was eaten by him. Us handing over 3 leaves can't be considered shameful. Starting from the 4th, it will truly belong to us. One of them said, trying to compromise, give himself a way out of this embarrassing situation. Just like that, Sure Hao received another bonus, extremely satisfied. He looked at the other creatures but didn't attack. Instead, he took action himself, attacking the earthen altar. It was because, comparatively speaking, he could seize quite a few on his own. This time, he used the Kuan Pang technique. A pair of giant claws brandished about, one golden, one pitch black like ink. Yin and yang energies swirled about, clashing with each other, tearing apart the screen of light with a hong noise. It was extremely simple, not paying that great of a price to obtain a Dao comprehension tea leaf. Then, the Kuan Pang claws withdrew, and then smashed into the light screen again, tearing this place apart, seizing another jade container. The second time was considerably more difficult than before, a bit strenuous. Just like that, Sure Hao continuously obtained 5 containers of immortal tea leaves, and then no longer used this precious technique. Even though he could continue, if the exhaustion of magical force was too great, the losses wouldn't make up for the returns. It was because he was still on guard. There might still be great battles ahead. At the very least, he wanted to rob some more. There was no way he would end things that peacefully. Qi, Willow Deity's technique appeared, but it was a variant. Sure Hao's right hand turned into a golden divine chain, like a whip, thrashing the barrier of light, bringing out a jade container. Just like that, he obtained 5 more containers with the Willow Deity technique. Reincarnation. It was now the Reincarnation technique's time. All sides raised their eyebrows, feeling great restraining fear. It was because natural laws that touched upon time were the most terrifying, especially when Huang had just defeated Qi Minghong. Another 5 containers were obtained. Heaven Calamity Light. Afterwards, he used the 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art. After that, Sure Hao released a shout. An extreme point erupted from his abdomen, piercing through the earthen altar, magical force surging from the sea of reincarnation, obtaining more Dao comprehension tea leaves. Sure Hao tried all different things, even using his body as a seed, this time obtaining an exceptionally large amount, not tired even after exceeding 5 leaves. In the end, Sure Hao obtained several dozen containers of immortal tea leaves, his rewards great, incredibly shocking. Now it was time to use them up. He still had 49 leaves on him, all of them sparkling and translucent, placed in the same jade vessel, a sweet fragrance spreading. The crowd was stunned. This was just too much of a freak, right? A single person obtaining this many leaves. How were others even supposed to live? The group of young kings were all speechless. They joined hands, doing everything they could, every single clan only obtaining 3 or 4 leaves, yet Huang obtained that many alone. They could only inwardly curse that this savage bastard was too much of a monster, his strength ridiculous. No wonder he could defeat the Emperor clan's Qi Menghong. The most crucial thing was that his speed was too fast, not even stopping in between, seizing those immortal tea leaves in a single breath, obtaining them smoothly. At this time, many people felt uneasy. It was because Huang no longer attacked the earthen altar, instead truly starting to deal with them, clearly harboring malicious intentions. You, right, and your clan, your hostility towards me is too strong. Ever since I came to this mountaintop, you all kept releasing killing intent, really wanting to immediately kill me. Don't think that just because I'm restraining myself that I won't react at all. I long remembered who you all were. Let's have a talk. Settle things. Chat about just how I've upset you all. Xianxia pointed out 3 clans in one breath, at the same time facing 8 or 9 elites. Those people came from 3 king clans, all of them powerful young cultivators. These people's minds immediately sunk. In the end, Huang still targeted them. You misunderstood. We have always had no grudges between us. Don't owe each other anything. One of them replied. Are you sure that I don't owe you all anything? Xianxia asked. Yes. That person nodded. And then I understand. It's you all who owe me. How about this? Each clan will offer up 3 leaves, and then we'll just write everything off with one stroke. Xianxia said. You, don't go too far. A king clan young expert shouted. He really was upset. They originally wanted to keep the peace, but they discovered that the other side didn't appreciate their kindness at all. Huang, don't be too overbearing. You have to know that this is our world. Stirring up trouble won't bring you any benefits. Be careful of the consequences. A king clan spoke even more powerfully, threatening like this. I loathe being pointed at and threatened the most. Ever since I came to this side, I never planned on returning. Since you feel like your clan can subdue me, then why don't you give it a try? Xianxia said coldly. Then he decisively took action, not hesitating at all, extremely direct. With a hong noise, a fist smashed outwards, heaven and earth shaking. Lightning fist, hundreds of thousands of streaks of lightning, each several dozen zhang in length rushed out, powerful and domineering. Xianxia's fist was wrapped within lightning, releasing a terrifying rumbling noise. The grand fist crushed the sky dome, lightning radiance endless, brilliance intimidating, impossible to look at directly. It was just that direct, because he predicted that after the Undying Kings returned, there was no good ending for him. That was why he didn't feel any restraining fear. Either way, he didn't have much time left. If he was gonna die, then he might as well let loose one final time. The King clan who threatened Xianxia's face immediately became miserably pale. He never expected Huang to take action as soon as he said he would. No hesitation at all, not threatened in the slightest. Even though he was somewhat prepared, all types of ancestral methods shooting out, the protection light screen was still immediately blasted through, and then the lightning fist slammed into his body. Pooh! It was just a single fist, tearing through his body, producing large amounts of lightning radiance, extremely domineering. Then, his body exploded with a pung noise, leaving behind an expanse of bloody mist. However, soon afterwards, it was burned to ashes by the electrical radiance, body and spirit erased. This type of domineeringness, this type of exceptional sharpness deeply shocked everyone. This place was completely silent, just too quiet. A powerful King clan elite died just like that. That creature was 30-something years of age, possessing astonishing potential. Yet before Huang, it was like a straw man, easily killed. That is but a King clan. Yet he was so easily, simply and directly erased by Huang. Coldness surged within their hearts. It wasn't that they didn't know Huang was formidable. After all, they had witnessed his great decisive battle with Qi Menghong. However, now this result was still hard for them to accept. When facing a powerful King clan, A single fist from Huang ended the battle, too fast and powerful. These immortal tea leaves are yours. Finally, someone couldn't hold on anymore, no longer daring to have an ego. There was nothing more important than remaining alive. This Huang was too savage. In the end, the 3 king clans all compromised, offering up 9 leaves in total. They swirled with brilliant colors, the leaves extremely brilliant, making their hearts bleed. Many thanks. Sure Hao cupped his fist very modestly and respectfully, expressing his thanks. Fuck off. Those people really wanted to scream out, but they held themselves back, all of their faces darkening, feeling absolutely horrible. Sai can't be helped. There's only 50-something immortal leaves, not even enough to drink. Sure Hao said. The others immediately wanted to swear when they heard this. 50-something isn't even enough to drink? How do you want the other king clans to endure this? Wouldn't they feel too poverty-stricken? Then, Sure Hao looked towards the other creatures. There were quite a few king clans here, all of them more or less having some rewards, some even obtaining 6 or 7 immortal tea leaves. Those king clans immediately looked towards Yu, Mo Xian, Wu Kuan and the others, hoping to see how they felt. In the end, the emperor clans didn't say anything, leaving them rather disappointed. Right now, Yu really wanted to take action, but ever since he saw Sure Hao drink the Tao comprehension tea from the tree, successfully advancing to the self-severing realm late stage, he endured it. It was because he hadn't reached that stage yet, his cultivation lacking a bit, needing to return and break through in seclusion. The others didn't have any intention of making a move either, because Qi Menghong had just suffered a great defeat. They didn't want to immediately get mixed in the muddy water. Right now, the most important thing was drinking the Tao comprehension tea to break through as fast as possible. When they broke through another checkpoint, strength became greater, everything would be easier to deal with. The great king clans were disappointed. This was especially when they saw Huang look towards them, all of them frightened, feeling like they had been targeted by the darkness prehistoric colossus. There's no need to be scared. He is just one person. Don't tell me we can't subdue him if we work together? Everyone, go up together. Someone secretly encouraged. Sure Hao immediately gave his reply. With the body as the seed, his spiritual senses sharp, he had always been staring at these people. He immediately noticed who it was that was secretly transmitting sound. So, an afterimage was left where Sure Hao was originally standing, throwing himself over. Blazing radiance erupted. Resplendent divine radiance rushed into the sky dome. Sure Hao's fist carried terrifying radiance, tearing apart the skies, a fist rushing past, blasting that person to pieces. This was too terrifying. Many people trembled. They were but king clans. That young creature was extremely strong. Yet in the end he was killed with a single strike. Many people's confidence collapsed, expressing that they were willing to hand over 3 Tao comprehension tea leaves. Soon afterwards, Sure Hao obtained another dozen or so leaves. Run! Kill! At this moment, chaos erupted. There were some king clans who wanted to break out, escape from this place. Sure Hao took action extremely decisive. Soon afterwards, he obtained more than 120 leaves. His harvest abundant. Then, he didn't have any more chances, because the elders who guarded the ancient tree interfered, stopping this chaos, not wishing for there to be greater casualties. This place was a mess, the wounded everywhere. In that instant, everyone witnessed Huang's terror, really unstoppable within these kings. Invincible. Thank you everyone. I invite you all to eat the time beast. This really is a great mending medicine. After it is roasted golden and the meat fragrance spreads, it should be able to compensate for your losses. Sure Hao revealed a warm smile, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth, doing his best to express his harmlessness, calling out to everyone. A few people were tempted, but they still really wanted to curse out. They really wanted to eat it. After all these years, how many dared to eat an emperor clan? Yet here, there was a foodie who really did this. However, right now they wanted to curse at him. Did he even have any sincerity? Inviting like this, who would accept it? If anyone went over, they would be on Scarlet King Bloodline's blacklist sooner or later, killed. Their eyes really became red, really wishing to have a taste. Even if these kings hated How, they really did long for the time beast's delicious meat. Unfortunately, none of them dared actually take action. You all are too polite. Why are you regarding me as an outsider? Look how great this mending medicine is. Yet you all aren't coming to enjoy it. Sigh. Then don't blame me for being insincere. The leaves I got from you all I originally wanted to stew with the meat, but you all don't want any. Then things are settled. How said righteously. Motherfucker. Everyone wanted to beat him. After drinking a pot of Tao Comprehension Immortal tea, I hope I can break through again. Become a self-release realm cultivator. How said with a sigh. There was another line he didn't say, which was that when he broke into the self-release realm, he wanted to try and kill a supreme being or two. If that happened, then he would be content. Of course, this was his own wishful thinking. No one could say for sure when the Undying Kings would return. Moreover, after he stirred up this disturbance, this side's undying beings might change their attitudes. The longer things were dragged on, the worse his situation would be. Under the Tao Comprehension tea tree, the elders' expressions changed continuously. There were several times along the way when they wanted to take action, but they always held themselves back. Was that saying true? One of them asked quietly. Without wind, there cannot be waves. Otherwise, why would the undying beings establish the decree, allow him to move freely? Another elder replied, his expression grave and stern. It was because they heard some astonishing information. If their statuses weren't high enough, there was no way they would be able to hear about these things. There were rumors that the Undying Kings wanted Huang for other uses, not to kill a genius prematurely, but rather to raise him up. This was definitely shocking news. When the secret information was passed about, the higher levels of this side were all shaken, some of them petrified, even a few old monsters completely speechless. That was why the Undying Decree was passed down, the matter of Huang's pardoning happening. Otherwise, how could their attitudes change so greatly? This was secret information, few people knowing of it. That was why the elders protecting the Tao Comprehension tea tree were hesitant. They wanted to viciously deal with How, but in the end, they all endured. It was to the extent where they hoped for How and Qi Minghong's confrontation to raise an even greater storm, and then see if Scarlet King would directly slap him to death when he comes out of seclusion in the end. I don't think it's trustworthy. Why would my side's unmatched great ancestors foster an enemy child? Isn't this just indulging our enemy? Asking for trouble? Under the Tao Comprehension tea tree, an elder was doubtful. Another released a light sigh and said, You're wrong. In the eyes of the Undying Kings, no matter how heaven-defying he is, so what? He would still be an ant. Even if he is fostered into a true immortal, they could still kill him easily. Never try to evaluate my side's great ancestors through your own way of looking at things. Every single Undying King is majestic and heroic. Even if a person is raised for an entire great era, if they want to kill him, they won't even need to frown, just quickly kill them. There were past examples of this. There is another saying, my side's great ancestor is raising bait. The ones they are trying to fish out aren't imperial past creatures, but rather prehistoric giants. Another elder suddenly said. When they heard this saying, everyone closed their mouths, not saying too much. It was because they touched upon a taboo topic, not daring to speak too much. There were some people who already knew that this era was destined to be extremely glorious, but also extremely dark, full of blood and cruelty. It would involve not just a single great era, but rather settling things on a larger scale. The Tao Comprehension tea ceremony ended extremely suddenly. There was no brilliance like before, because this entire event was thrown into disorder by Huang. Yu, Wu Kuan, and the others' expressions weren't all that good. If it was in the past, in the end, there would be a great battle, even chaotic warfare possible, seizing Tao Comprehension tea leaves. In the end, a single Huang disturbing the entire event concluded the distinguished meeting prematurely. Even though there were chaotic battles, only a few kings fought with Huang. The Emperor Clan young experts didn't even get a chance to participate before it ended. Everyone got off the mountain. There were creatures everywhere, clogging up the stairs. However, normally, no one flew out of respect towards Dao Comprehension Mountain, this sacred land. However, at Huang's side, few people approached. It was as if there was a label stuck on him, no one willing to get close, or else they might just get crippled. After this event, his vicious reputation spread. Of course, in the eyes of the foreign kings, it was better to call him infamous. When everyone arrived at the bottom of the mountain, they were still gnashing their teeth in anger, feeling like Huang was too hateful, taking away more than 120 tea leaves by himself, making everyone's eyes go red. This was especially the case for the clans who were robbed. They really wanted to fight with him again to the death. However, they endured it, not wishing to throw their lives away. At the foot of the mountain, an old woman's face was pale, lips quivering, protecting the children with her arms. She was worried, scared that the king clans would treat her like food. It was because the cultivators who came down from the mountain all carried killing intent. Whenever they looked over, the looks in their eyes would always make her shiver inwardly. That pretty little girl hid behind her, fear covering her face, tears falling from her large eyes, feeling extremely helpless. The other children were extremely numb, forgetting to even cry because they really were scared badly. How could they endure the killing intent? Do you all want to die? Right at this time, a voice sounded, extremely cold, making the cultivators of all clans shiver, and then quickly leave. The old woman was shocked. The king clans were actually chased away? She raised her head, immediately stupefied. That was a young man, his name Huang. He came down from the mountain peak alive. They were all humans, yet he was actually this strong, just a single person, yet he shouted back at the cultivators of all clans. The old woman was moved. After all these years, even humans could be this powerful. Big brother, did you come to save us? The 4 or 5 years old little girl said, tears hanging from her face, asking weakly. She raised her head, small face filled with hope and longing. After all these years passed, when this little girl grew up, becoming a heaven-reaching tree herself, when she recalled the past events, recalling the Huang of this era, she would carry gratefulness and strong emotions. It was because that day, this young man named Huang single-handedly tore through the dark sky above her, granting her hope and a new dawn, allowing her to take a different path. Sure how squatted down, rubbed the children's heads, and then raised the girl, quietly consoling her, telling them not to be scared. Then, with a light shout, he directly scared off all of the surrounding king clan young cultivators. No one daring to stare over again, look in this direction. Sure how waited at the foot of the mountain. Only when Immersive came down the mountain did he lower the small girl, greeting her. With both of us being humans, I believe that you definitely have a soft spot within your heart. Please bring these children with you, Sure Hao said. This was Emo Dao's older sister. Through Emo Dao's nature, Sure Hao felt that Immersive shouldn't be an emotionless sister. You trust me this much? Immersive stood there, her beautiful face incredibly delicate, not having a single flaw, as if the lunar goddess descended here. I do. Sure Hao nodded. In reality, the main reason was because he had no way of bringing these children away himself. He was a foreigner, a captive to begin with. Bringing these children with him would only harm them. All right, Immersive nodded. She lifted up that little girl and then said, I hope my younger brother is also well. She actually spoke this line. Then, without stopping for a moment, she brought the old woman and children to leave. Wait! Sure Hao shouted. With a wave of his hands, he produced a jade container. Within it 10 immortal tea leaves, gifting it to Immersive. Nearby, the king's eyes widened. Huang actually took the initiative to gift out Dao Comprehension leaves. This demon king robbed them, yet he actually gave them away too. A few people lamented, some jealous, expressing inequality. They were furious, but carried helplessness. It was because they really didn't dare provoke Immersive. Immersive, even though she was human, she was regarded as important by a certain ancient emperor clan, always fostered by them, at the same level as the emperor clan's direct line of descent, her status terrifyingly high. Aren't you the generous one? Immersive said calmly. Her beautiful eyes flickered with divine radiance. She didn't reject him, accepting it, Let me ask you a question. Which places in this side are special, suited to cultivation and comprehending the Tao? Shihao asked. He obtained so many immortal tea leaves, so he naturally wished to use them as soon as possible. There is a place that isn't too far from this place named Ocean Fall. You can go there. However, don't be too curious, or else you might just throw your life away. Not even the Undying Kings would be able to save you if they go. Mo Xian replied, moreover seriously warning. When Shihao heard this, he began to walk in the direction she told him. Big brother, you have to promise that I can still see you again. In the back, the little girl Mo Xian carried was full of tears. Extremely pitiful. She fiercely brandished her little arms, her large eyes entirely red. Goodbye. Shihao didn't turn around, his back facing her while waving his hand, walking into the distance. Hundreds of thousands of li out. Ocean Fall, it was just like the name, it really was like this in appearance. This was an ocean that stretched out endlessly, boundless and immeasurable. It was gray-colored, an extremely strange body of water, roiling as it moved, ocean waves ear-splitting. At the same time, it wasn't on the ground, but rather in the sky, like a majestic waterfall, really too grand. An ocean suspended in the sky above, really an ocean waterfall. The strangest thing was that Ocean Fall didn't fall to the ground, but rather flowed from the ground towards the sky like a boundless great river suspended in the starry skies. On the ground, there was no ocean source. It just appeared suddenly from the surface as if it came out of thin air. It actually roared towards the heavens, forming an ocean waterfall. It was 3 feet from the ground, not any more, not any less. There was no water within these 3 feet, while if one went beyond it, it was a sea that surged into the heavens. Meanwhile, above the sky dome, there was no limit visible, the source unknown. It was because at the highest point, there were time fragments dancing about like the most beautiful flower petals, fluttering about. One could vaguely make out long rivers of time accompanying it. This place was definitely special. From the moment Shihao saw this, he was inwardly shaken. When he arrived before Oceanfall, Shihao saw some creatures. They didn't release great magical force fluctuations, but they were all extremely important, all closing their eyes, quietly sitting there, every one of them having a fishing rod before them, angling. Meanwhile, they themselves were petrified like stone. And he saw someone familiar, actually recognizing this person. There was a woman with fiery red hair, incomparably pretty scarlet gold armor covering her body. This was an exceptional beauty, enchantingly attractive. There was also a man with long golden hair, extremely brilliant like that of a sun god's, possessing the most holy and pure traits. This male and female were people Shihao recognized. He had met them in Burial Abyss. The male was named Sanzang, the girl Shenming. They were extremely pure and holy, carrying exceptional auras, like the most noble deities. However, Shihao knew that they were undead knights, the most powerful golden undead knights. Right at this time, the two of them opened their eyes. When they saw Shihao, they were all a bit surprised, and then they revealed smiles. It really is a small world, Sanzang said. Extremely bright and open, golden multicolored light pervading the air. What are you all doing? Shihao asked. Angling, Sanzang said. Shihao stared blankly. We are fishing a segment of time. Darkness surrounds the great earth. Blood covers the endless ancient graves. A chaotic time. Shenming said, her expression serious. I am fishing for a set of reincarnation, 3 burial, 3 eradication, 3 world reincarnation. Sanzang said. Shihao didn't say anything immediately, instead looking at them. He found it really hard to calm down, but he was still able to conceal it. Even though he felt like what these two said was a bit too absurd and unrealistic, he didn't retort. At the same time, he knew that these two were extraordinary, having outstanding areas. At the very least, they were undead knights. Moreover, the most mysterious golden undead knights with the most shocking origins. This type of status would only be greater than Chimenghong, Yu and the others. Their backgrounds might be a bit more special, even more respected. These were 2 dangerous figures. Shihao never looked down on them. because from the moment he met them, he already knew that these were two self-release realm golden undead knights. Their degree of danger far exceeded Qi Menghong. At the same time, Sure Hao had some misgivings, even some concerns, all of them because of these two. That day, they explored Burial Abyss together, facing a mysterious chest known to be the Origin ancient artifact. Even though they managed to survive after utmost difficulties, these two seemed to have become a bit different. Sure Hao previously heard the undead knights say that endless years ago, there were burial kings who explored Burial Abyss. When they returned, they were completely different, as if they were a different person. To be more precise, the original burial king disappeared. Instead, a new burial king appeared. The outer appearance was the same, but his will was completely different. One could imagine just how terrifying the Origin ancient artifact was. Not even burial kings could approach it. Meanwhile, Sure Hao previously saw the limits of the darkness there, seeing primordial spirits struggle free from the black cracks. It was extremely similar to the place he had previously experienced, Prison of Darkness. When he cultivated the second strand of immortal energy, his primordial spirit had left his body, disappearing into the world, entering endless darkness. There were many prisons and long rivers of time, endlessly mysterious. That time he almost died, barely managing to return to the real world. Sure Hao was confident that Burial Abyss had a small opening connected to the Prison of Darkness. After endless years passed, it might open once, a few primordial spirits able to rush out. Now, when he saw Sanzang and Shenming, he no longer believed them to be purely golden undead knights, always feeling like there was something off. Meanwhile, if it was just like his suspicions, their statuses might be world-shocking, shake up the worlds. Perhaps even if the Undying came, they would still feel restraining fear. "My friend, why did you come here as well?" Sanzang asked with a warm smile. The fishing up an instance of reincarnation, so-called 3 burial 3 eradication, 3 world reincarnation was extremely similar to his name. Was this a coincidence? It had to be said that his appearance really was good, golden hair like morning multicolored light, extremely brilliant, scattering down his shoulders, face pure white like jade, like the most holy deities. Many beautiful young ladies would feel ashamed of their inferiority before him. Feeling like standing with him was a type of blaspheme, because he was just too exceptional. Sure Hao inwardly sighed. This was an undead knight, someone who lived in the underground ancient tombs, yet he was this pure and holy. Was there even any heavenly reasoning left? He had to admit that this young man was prettier than him, too handsome. His skin was like fine jade, possessing exceptional good looks, really not a single flaw to be found. "I'm currently wandering around, taking a look. This place is quite special, so I came for a visit," Sure Hao replied. "Huang, one parting and many days have passed. Your style seems to be greater than the past," Shenming said with a smile. She long put away her serious expression. Right now, she had the countenance of a flower, face like the moon, her smile enough to topple cities. It had to be said that this really was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Under the divine brilliance, her beauty could cause the downfall of a city, every frown or smile able to move hearts. Her skin was snow white like jade, sparkling and supple, carrying a moving brilliance. This was especially the case with her large eyes, vivid and full of life, charming souls. Her eyelashes were extremely long, nose tall and straight, red lips extremely bright-colored, extremely seductive. Her teeth were snow white, shining like pearls, gently nibbling her red lips, absolutely captivating. This was a flawless woman. Her figure was tall, legs straight and long, figure seductive, currently in her golden years. Her swan neck was snow white, charming with every movement. She was a golden undead knight, but she looked even more elegant than an immortal holy splendor released. At the very least, this was the case when she was quiet. At the same time, she was alluring. As soon as she moved, everyone would lose their minds. When her eyes swirled with radiance, she was absolutely captivating. These were two contradictory natures, yet when she moved versus when she was still, she would seem entirely different. How can my style be comparable to Fairy Shenming? Completely an ordinary person before an immortal realm pearl. Sure Hao spoke modestly, also praising the other side. He felt more and more restraining fear towards these two, because he just felt like they were even more extraordinary than when they first met. Fairy? Haha. Do I look that holy and outstanding? There really aren't many who praise me this way. Xinming's smile was brilliant, large eyes moving, increasingly charming. Her head of fiery red long hair was bright and smooth, scattering down over her large chest and smooth back. Sure Hao was shaken. What kind of attitudes did burial knights have towards immortals? Was describing her like this a type of taboo? Exactly what kind of relationships did they have with immortals? Were they enemies, or were they completely isolated from each other? It was hard to say. Of course your beauty exceeds that of a fairy. Young Miss Xinming is peerless, transcending above this world, rarely seen in this world. Sure Hao said. Is that so? Then in that case it seems like we share good emotions. If I invite you, would you be willing to join our bloodline? Xinming giggled. We are friends. Speaking too much would be like treating me as an outsider. Sure Hao replied. Then that really is too great. Let's travel together. Wu, I am lacking the most intimate companion, you know? Perhaps you are the best choice. Xinming smiled, her tongue moving slightly, passing over her lips. This was an undisguised seduction. Sure Hao laughed, not refusing. At the very least, on the surface, he didn't wish to get into conflict with these two. These were two extremely dangerous individuals. They were undead knights, so why did they come out from burial earth, enter this world? What was their objective? Could it be that it was just like they said last time, that they were going to wander the world? Or was it to say that it was because some strange things happened in Burial Abyss, so these two are looking for something? My friend, now that we meet again, I feel that you are a bit reserved. Could it be that you feel some suspicions towards us? Sanzang said, still gentle like warm sunlight, making one feel greatly at peace. A man this beautiful, if it was a group of little girls he was facing, it would definitely possess fatal destructive power. Meanwhile, Sure Hao felt like he was becoming more and more dangerous. However, that type of pressure instantly disappeared. The other party seemed to be easing up a bit, giving up on these thoughts that couldn't be called all that warm. This made Sure Hao's mind tremble. His intuition was extremely sharp. Just now, he really captured some things, really having that type of feeling. It seems like there is a bit of misunderstanding between us. You are suspecting if we are still ourselves. Sanzang was extremely formidable, actually directly stating Sure Hao's suspicions. Xinming released a deep sigh. She was also helpless, putting away her world-toppling charm. Her eyes swirled about, as if endless time moved past the depths of her pupils, granting her a type of more serious beauty. When this path is taken, there will always be a bit that is lost, but a bit gained in return. There always has to be a price. But I can say that we are still ourselves. Xinming said. What path? Sure Hao asked. These two were too mysterious. He didn't ask too much, only stating the most crucial question. Path of Burial Kings, Sanzang said. These words left Sure Hao deeply shocked. They walked the path of Burial Kings. This was too terrifying. At the same time, they were also too direct, actually telling him just like that. The reason these two entered this world was to take the path of Burial Kings? Why are you telling me this? Sure Hao asked. This is because this was related to too much. Once the undying beings knew, they would most likely attack, do everything they could to interfere. After all, they probably wouldn't wish to see new Burial Kings appear in Burial Earth. There is only one reason, to cherish every single being who can accompany you to the end of time, regardless of if he is an enemy or a friend. Sanzang laughed. If there is a day when this world is buried, this earth even disappearing, all life no longer existing, everything gone forever, at that time, even meeting an old enemy is a type of fortunate thing. Xinming smiled, expression also incomparably complicated. There was even this type of saying? What was the meaning of this? That there will be unimaginable great changes in the future? Perhaps you should know a bit, that the most terrifying era is about to arrive. How many of those who you are familiar with can remain? There really aren't many who could accompany you to the end, to the extent where there might not be any, Xianxia said. Shihao found it extremely hard to calm down, greatly shaken. It seemed like the world was changing, the creatures of all lands sensing it, even the lifeless burial region feeling this way. You believe I can continue living? Shihao asked. Perhaps. After all, you were able to keep your life even before Origin Ancient Artifact. Those who are unaffected, they are all exceptional regardless. You give me quite the strange feeling, my human friend, Xianxia said with a smile. It seemed like they had long become aware that he was human, not a golden undead knight. Great waves stirred in Shihao's mind. The path of burial kings, what did you all experience? Why do I feel like you all are different? Are you really still yourselves? Shihao asked. We are. At this time, Xinming walked over, intimately grabbing his arm. The two shone, as if they were ascending immortals. A rain of light scattered down, divine and flawless. Soon afterwards, Shihao saw a scene. There was a different Xinming, the left part of her face incredibly seductive, carrying a brilliant smile, exceptionally enchanting, right side of the face carrying tears, as if imprisoned, weeping and sobbing in grief. Shihao was a bit frightened. Were these her soul imprints? Why were there two different natures, two feelings? Gain and loss, it will always be equivalent. I am still me. Letting you see can also be considered a sincere reflection. This is a portion of the price the path of burial kings needs to be paid. Xinming said. Shihao wanted to struggle free, because he felt his back become a bit cold. But Xinming didn't let go. Only after a while did she loosen her hand. Shihao was already sure of one thing. There really were some changes that happened to them. An astonishing transformation. My human friend, are you willing to travel with us? Xianxia asked. What you all seek is the path of burial kings, while my path is different from yours. Shihao replied. There are intersecting paths, who knows, in the future, we will come call for you. Gather once more in Guidance Ancient Palace, or maybe it is you who will summon us. Xinming said. Shihao felt his head throb. These two were too mysterious, hard to see through them. What is he fishing? Shihao changed the topic because there was another creature in front of Oceanfall, not that far from them. He wishes to angle for an unequaled in the great world. Xinming replied. Who is he? Shihao was moved. One of the most ancient undying king's inheritor. Xianxia replied. Shihao was shocked. He looked towards that youngster. He sat in front of Oceanfall, as if completely frozen, not a trace of movement or sound. What did you come here to angle? Xinming asked. I came to fish for fish. Fishing for fish? This really was ordinary. Came all the way here just to catch fish? Who didn't know that this place was special? This Oceanfall didn't have a starting point in the normal meaning, its end point also unknown. What kind of fish could you catch? Really are returning to the natural state, making us exclaim in admiration. However, Xianxia actually sighed like this, not holding back his praise. From the looks of it, not fake, but sincere. Dao friend, you are frank and sincere after all. Great Dao like this, stronger than us. Xinming actually put away her seductive appearance. Beautiful eyes swirling about, the years flashing by. Shihao was completely speechless. He merely randomly said something extremely half-hearted, yet it ended up being thought of as some most natural Dao, returning to the true self, making him completely stupefied, not knowing what was good to say. In the end, he could only smile, kindly accepting the praise without any excessive politeness. Standing there, face not red, heart rate not speeding up. Only, when he looked towards the figure who was like a clay sculpture, his mind fell. That was definitely a terrifying figure. The inheritor of an undying king, known as one of the most ancient families. What this creature sought was the world's unmatched Tao. His will was firm, definitely a great enemy in the future. Do not act rashly. That person cannot be killed. He has undying secret treasures protecting him. Even if he is sitting there without moving, you won't be able to kill him, Xianxia said. The two golden undead knights seemed to be able to sense Shihao's thoughts, understanding his will to take action. However, they spoke out to stop him, moreover saying that not even the two of them disturbed that person. He had already been sitting here for several years before we came, not moving, Dao heart steady, objective unchanged. He is a terrifying individual, Shenming said. Sure how recovered his composure, not insisting on taking action. He became shaken up. This side was vast and boundless, strange people and exceptional cultivators everywhere. Experts as common as trees in a forest. After you fish, how about we travel together? Shenming asked. Sure how didn't immediately reply, instead feeling a wave of stupor. It was because he wanted to walk his own path. Was there any meaning in traveling together with two golden undead knights? By comparing with each other, perhaps there might be some unexpected gains. Moreover, perhaps we can lend you a helping hand. Sanzang transmitted sound. Sure how looked towards him, not saying anything yet. We know that you currently face a great disaster, and we really hope you can break out. Shenming further said. Fine. Sure how thought for a bit, and then nodded in agreement. He was now a captive, even though he had his freedom. Once the Undying Kings returned, then there would be no way out. Did these two golden undead knights really have a way? Then, Sure how sat down in front of Ocean Fall, choosing a large limestone, quietly sitting on it. Then, with the spiritual great Tao as the fishing rod, magical force as the thread, with divine abilities as the fishhook, he began to fish here. Sure how had heard that Ocean Fall was an extremely special place. Not even the undying beings able to explore it to its limits. It was rumored that there were undying beings who followed this river down to its source, but ultimately disappeared. It was to the extent where there was an even more terrifying rumor. Back then, after a mortal ancient great war, a seriously injured undying king who was on the verge of death, already seeing no hope for survival, dragged his own declining self to Ocean Fall, moving along it. Then he was still gone forever, never appearing again. Ocean Fall was 3 foot from the ground, unknown where the water came from, boundless and immeasurable, surging towards the heavens. Meanwhile, in the very limits, which couldn't be considered the end point, Ocean Fall directly disappeared into the void, flowing inside, accompanied by time fragments, the long river of time faintly discernible. There were people who said that this was a tributary river to the world sea, 100 rivers gathering into the ocean, all streams returning, that this was one of them. It was rumored that even though this Ocean Fall was dangerous and strange, it could also be considered a wish river, sometimes able to satisfy some of one's desires. As a result, from time to time, there were some creatures who came here. At the same time, cultivating here in seclusion would result in some unimaginable things happening, sometimes extremely beneficial, sometimes extremely terrible. Comprehending the Tao in front of Ocean Fall was definitely a long process. The two golden undead knights had already been here for many days. Only today did they plan to leave. Sure how produced a few Tao comprehension tea leaves, cooking a pot of tea, inviting the two of them to drink with him. Excellent tea, Sanzang praised. Sure how sipped on the tea, sitting before Ocean Fall, listening to the sound of his own Tao seed trembling. To be more precise, it was the gates within his body that were rumbling with noise, clear splendor spreading through his body. This was the gates within him cracking open. Unfortunately, this type of Tao comprehension, this kind of instantaneous return couldn't allow him to advance, break into a higher level. It was because he was breaking into the late stage of self-severing realm. If he wanted to break through again, it would definitely be extremely difficult, already not something the Tao comprehension tea could solve. Drinking tea alone couldn't truly create an outstanding cultivator, raise him to an inconceivable cultivation realm. If such a thing really was possible, then the experts of different clans wouldn't need to cultivate, just directly drinking Tao comprehension tea and it was enough. Immortal tea leaves, it could serve as a type of supplement, assist one in comprehending the Tao, help one break through where the conditions are right, success will follow naturally, not forcing things. Ei? Something's biting. Sure how was shocked. He felt his arms move downwards, the fishing line made of magical force going taut. The fishhook condensed from precious techniques sensed a huge monster, precisely inside the waterfall ocean. Shinmin and Sanzang were speechless. This fella really did end up doing it? He was going to fish here? What kind of joke was this? What kind of place was this? It was Oceanfall, its ending point unknown. Even undying beings would disappear after going inside. What kind of creatures could there be inside? Did he really treat this as some fish pond? However, what made their jaws drop was that Hao was pulling on the fishing line with everything he had, as if he really did catch something. Several thousand zhang away, in the air, a terrifying dorsal fin appeared on the water surface. It was incredibly big, sinister, and terrifying, appearing in Oceanfall. There really are fish? Sanzang really didn't know what to say. Shinming's face also carried a sluggish expression, a bit dumbstruck, her beautiful and fine face becoming a bit rigid. How could this be? This was but an ocean waterfall, suspected to flow towards World Sea, no one able to trace it upstream throughout endless time. So how did he end up actually catching fish here? Hurry and help! This fish is too big, over 10,000 zhang in length I reckon. It really isn't easy to catch. Hao shouted, having the two golden undead knights help him out. Shinming was roused awake, forcefully rubbing her beautiful face to make sure she wasn't seeing incorrectly. There really was a giant, faintly discernible creature in Oceanfall, overturning in the waters, stirring boundless waves that could crush mountain peaks. Sanzang was also dumbstruck, feeling dizzy and blurry-eyed. It was because this type of scene was too inconceivable. Huang was currently pulling on the fishing line, tossed side to side, actually still, reeling in the fish, really like how someone normally acts when catching a large fish, extremely cheerful and lively. You, what are you doing? Fishing. Hurry and help me. This one is so big. It is definitely full of essence. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years it has swallowed world essence for. Definitely a great mending medicine. Hao said without even turning around. He ran back and forth in front of Oceanfall, tugging on the giant creature in the water, tossed from side to side here, stirring up tremendous waves. Look it up. Hurry and see if there really are creatures in Oceanfall, Sanzang said. Both him and Shinming produced a pile of jade ancient books, their appearances extremely old, some preserved for more than a single great era. It was clear that they made ample preparations before coming to this world, bringing all types of artifacts from Burial Region, including history on their destinations. This was especially the case with Oceanfall, even more so attaching importance to this place, paying great attention. There really are. Suddenly, Shinming cried out in alarm, unexpectedly discovering something in a tattered jade book. This was an anecdote not all that trustworthy, stating that Oceanfall has ancestral fry, coming from the source of Oceanfall, extremely few in number, difficult to see one or two in a single great era. A certain burial king saw one. At that time he still wasn't a burial king, previously disappearing for some time with the ancestral fry. Just these newly hatched fish alone were tens of thousands of zhang in length. So just how large were the real ancestral fish? The fishing line is about to break. Hao had a bad feeling. Even the fishing line made of magical force was about to snap, because the force was too great, not easy to hold together. Chase after it. Go for broke. Catch this ancestral fry. Perhaps it can shorten our burial king paths, Sanzang decided. In reality, when Hao heard about these things from them, he already began to take action. He jumped suddenly, throwing himself into Oceanfall, grabbing that giant dorsal fin, breaking through the boundless sea surface, opposing the heavens and going straight up. The two golden undead knights followed him, arriving on that dorsal fin, rushing together with Hao. Where were they going? They had no idea. It was rumored that only the ancestral fry could move through this Oceanfall, return to their place of birth. That place was extraordinary, having tremendous karma, even more so astonishing secrets. Escaped while riding on a fish. Are you all treating me like a fucking idiot? Within Moon Demon King clan's ancient land, this clan's #1 young expert was sitting on a beast skin chair. Just now he was still rather content, one leg propped up, eating a divine fruit. However now, he threw the rare divine fruit away, the expression on his face overcast. He turned around to stare at the messenger, believing that his trust in this person was disrespected. I am not lying. It is absolutely true. Something that is currently happening. More than one person saw this for themselves. That servant disputed, solemnly vowing that what he said wasn't false. Moon Demon King clan was the closest to Oceanfall. This clan was also extremely powerful, just comparatively lower profile in recent years. Meanwhile, back then, they could rank within the top king clans, terrifying beyond compare. Bullshit. Give me another reason. Do you think I was born yesterday? What kind of nonsense is this? Those who enter will all undoubtedly die. Moon Demon Young Master's face became more and more overcast, really wishing to slap this messenger to death. That messenger servant was already about to cry, pointing to the sky and vowing, not hesitating to curse himself, swearing that this was the truth, that there wasn't even half a lie spoken. Moreover, he invited Moon Demon Young Master to immediately head out. Perhaps he could still see the fish's tail. Moon Demon Young Master's hand smacked against the back of the servant's head, having him lead the way. It was because he didn't really believe it himself. Moon Demon clans always lived in this region, so they understood Oceanfall too well. From the very start, they had never seen any fish swimming through it. All creatures would die no matter who it was that went inside, swept to the limits of Oceanfall, never to return. Now, a servant said that Huang ran while riding on a fish. Wasn't this too ridiculous? Moon Demon Young Master felt that this damn servant was definitely possessed. That was why he dared deliberately trick him. He was gonna beat the crap out of him later. Hurry and look. Young Master. Look over there. Look how big of a fish it is. When they arrived before Oceanfall and stood on a massive divine peak, that servant immediately cried out excitedly. Moon Demon Young Master's jaw almost fell off. He was originally seething with anger, wishing to beat his servant, but he really ended up seeing an inconceivable scene. Huang, together with two other youngsters, was sitting on a large fish near the dorsal fin, currently braving the winds and billows, going against the heavens as they rushed up. It was a fish, a ridiculously large fish. Huang really ran away while riding on a fish. This left him a bit stupefied. He had lived for this many years, yet never saw even a fish scale. How did such a big fish suddenly appear now? This fish was just too big. It was definitely tens of thousands of zhang long. Wasn't this a reincarnated Kuan Peng, coming to pick Huang up? Someone, hurry and give the report that Huang escaped. About to leave my world. Moon Demon Young Master hollered out like a horn, suddenly shouting, using a King Clan sound wave technique. In reality, even if he didn't shout out, didn't give out a report, there were long others who saw this in this region, the experts who had always been keeping tabs on Hao. Even though they wouldn't get close, always watching from afar, right now they had a bad feeling. Huang jumped into Oceanfall. There was a chance that he might successfully escape. Damn it all! This is Oceanfall. How could there be fish? Everyone was stupefied, as if they saw ghosts. This was too inconceivable. Huang escaped just like that. It was even in the way that was hardest for them to accept. On the ancestral fry, Hao and the two golden undead knights treated this situation carefully, not daring to act carelessly at all. It was rumored that after entering this waterfall, one could easily lose their lives. Even if they managed to live in the beginning, once they approached the end point, their bodies and spirits would still be erased. Grabbing this fish and following it can ensure our safety, perhaps even bring us great natural luck. Of course, the destination awaiting us might very well be the abyss of hell, Sanzang said. Hong Long. The big fish entered the waters, sinking to the Oceanfall depths. Even the dorsal fin disappeared from the ocean surface, the three young experts also disappearing. They supported a magical force light barrier, protecting themselves, trying their best to not let the water touch them in order to prevent something unexpected from happening. Only, they knew that later on, there would likely be terrifying external forces that would tear through their barriers, still drench them in the end. The ancestral fry moved through Oceanfall, following the ocean-like waterfall, going against the heavens, heading straight up, from time to time entering the waters, sometimes rushing above the surface. At this time, a few people saw its massive body. It had the head of a tyrant dragon, teeth sharp, but it also had a pair of black giant horns. It was even taller than a mountain, entire body covered in scales. The carp's body was pitch black like ink, occasionally flickering with dark red blood radiance. It fiercely swung its tail, waves immediately striking the heavens, enough to submerge mountain ridges, stir up endless ocean sprays, purge the heavens clean. There were some who wished to stop this, releasing ancestral methods, but when they entered oceanfall, they could only form small splashes, unable to strike that strange large fish. There was a strange power in oceanfall that could neutralize all types of offensive symbols, protecting that ancestral fry. This place was like its nurturing tank. "Hurry and report to the Undying that Huang is about to escape," someone shouted loudly. It was because they knew that the place where oceanfall disappeared into might very well break free from this world, able to enter a different place. This was extremely serious, needed to be reported quickly. Huang was someone the Undying Kings wanted, yet he left just like that. It really was unimaginable. Once the kings were angry, the clans would all tremble in fear, the effects too great. The only saving grace was that oceanfall was vast. It was hard even for that strange fish to directly disappear. Even though it rushed into the heavens, the waterfall was extremely long after all, still a set distance before the point of disappearance, not reaching the end point yet. There were transport formations everywhere. Huang was going to escape. News was quickly transmitted out. Undying beings in particular were asked to stop this, one of them immediately receiving the news. Otherwise, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Hong Long. At this moment, the world tree moved. An Undying took action, carrying out an offering, communicating with the world tree, using a small branch to suppress towards oceanfall. This Undying being clearly couldn't remain calm, or else he wouldn't go this far. They went all out, not hesitating to use the world tree. Not good. Hao's expression changed. He saw a branch appear in the heavens, upright and strong like a dragon, while the leaves were giant beyond compare, flowing with brilliant colors. It slowly descended. He immediately felt as if Judgment Day was arriving. The giant tree crushed down, the pressure greater than even a starry sky, the pressure too great. This was a world tree, a star resting on every single leaf, massive beyond compare, carrying chaotic energy. This was the power of a world-creating tree. Hua! Oceanfall shook, waves reaching into the heavens, becoming more and more boundless, engulfing all directions. At the same time, the ancestral fry sunk deeper into the water, not clashing with the world tree, going into hiding. In that instant, Hao felt the pressure suddenly decrease. This was too strange. This was but a world tree, yet it couldn't do anything to oceanfall? A step too late, they are already close to oceanfall's point of disappearance. That region's natural laws and fields are all strange and terrifying. Not even the world tree able to affect it. The Undying being was still rather far, while the world tree was rooted in the foreign side, branches complex, leaves luxuriant, branches extending into each land. The Undying being used precisely this type of branch to suppress oceanfall, but he failed. He is courting death. This can't be blamed on us, one of the Undying existences said, voice cold and ruthless. He was going to display a certain type of method. Don't. If he really dies, there is no way of explaining things to my side's great ancestors. Another Undying being shouted. Not long ago, the Undying beings passed down a decree that guaranteed Huang's safety. But that decree carried their imprints, 6 imprints in total that rushed into Hao's body. Now, one of them was about to adopt extreme methods, destroy Huang. Can't be bothered with that much anymore. If he leaves, what will he become like? He is just a younger generation small cultivator. How can he be allowed to come and go as he please? We have to give him a taste first, one of the creatures said, releasing undying radiance. He was seated in the void, hands condensing a strange magical imprint. Hong! Between heaven and earth, primal chaos lightning immediately appeared in the world, tearing apart the heavens. All sides were alarmed, raising their heads. Then, many people saw a fish fly towards the heavens, leaping out from ocean fall as if flying, releasing waves of dark light. At first, Hao felt as if doomsday had arrived, not knowing that the undying beings were dealing with him, nor knowing their omnipotent methods, but he sensed a danger of death. However, this state was quickly reversed. That fish leapt out, releasing mysterious dark light, all types of mysterious patterns appearing on its back. According to the two golden undead knights' words, this was one of the most ancient types of ancestral texts. Then that fish brought them away from Ocean Fall, flying up, as if leaping into the sky dome, figure becoming indistinct, about to disappear. They entered what was known as Ocean Fall's endpoint. Everything disappeared here, vanished, they were now about to leave as well. What can stop my secret method? What kind of creature is that? The undying being was moved, feeling deeply shocked. A fish struggled free from that legendary river, breaking away from its fate. An undying being said with an overcast voice, expression incredibly serious. More than a great era has passed, yet ancestral Fry has appeared again. What is the meaning of this? The undying being's face was grave and stern, extremely serious. Huang escaped. These news erupted like thunder, ringing through the skies of this world, leaving the cultivators of all clans stupefied. This was just a young man, a prisoner, yet he actually calmly withdrew from this ancient world where experts were as common as clouds in the sky. This was too absurd, hard to believe. Meanwhile, what was ridiculous was that many people had heard the rumors that Huang escaped while riding on a fish. This really left everyone shocked. When they obtained news, everyone's reactions were the same. It definitely couldn't be believed. It was too preposterous. What kind of place did he treat this world as? Riding a fish into the skies, leaving just like that? This type of thing made one feel as if a cow was blown into the heavens. Calling it bullshit is too much. There are definitely inner details. Letting Huang go, and then purposely making up a reason. This is too laughable. Haha. What did I hear? Huang escaped while riding on a fish. This joke isn't all that funny. A bit cold. Many people couldn't believe it. This matter was too ridiculous. However, more and more news spread, gradually indicating that this was true. The creatures of all different clans were all stunned. This is inconceivable. A self-severing realm young creature fled from our world alone. Everyone was stunned, all of them wanting to curse out, feeling the urge to swear. There were many cultivators from different clans who hated Huang to death. Yet in the end, he escaped. If they knew this was going to happen earlier, a supreme being should have just directly crushed him to death. A great disturbance was produced in the other side, difficult for everyone to calm down. This was especially the case with the younger generation. This terrifying demon king's hands were bloodied. They finally captured him. Yet he ended up escaping? This was something many people couldn't accept. What ancestral Fry? What kind of damn thing is that? Never heard of it before. Did we have rats on our side? Purposely letting Huang go? Hurry and investigate this. I can't accept this. My side's undying beings can sweep through Imperial Pass's creatures. So how could this type of thing happen? From this day on, a storm stirred up in this side, creating a huge disturbance. It was clear that Huang's unexpected escape left them extremely shaken. In reality, this really was the case. It wasn't just the young creatures of different clans who were stirred up, the enmity difficult to erase. Even the older generation couldn't calm down, leaving even the higher levels worried. Someone the undying kings wanted escaped just like that, not staying behind. This was a huge matter. The words of those types of existences couldn't be gone against. Imperial Pass, this place had been quiet for many days. It was because after Huang was handed over, the atmosphere of the entire city became a bit strange. Everyone uneasy. However, during these 2 days, some news spread that changed the atmosphere a bit because it was related to Huang. Someone first brought news that Huang was crippled in the other side, becoming a prisoner, enduring torture, making everyone in the city become silent. Qing Yi, the little rabbit, and the others were even more so inwardly grieved, silently shedding tears. Who was the one that caused all of this? Who could be blamed? It was them who handed over Huang. Originally, His contribution towards Imperial Pass was great, killing many foreign experts, even bringing back the rotten wooden chest the Undying Kings wanted. However, in the end, there was this conclusion. Many people's emotions were complicated. Qing Yi, Chang Gongyan, and the others even more so felt bitterly disappointed, carrying resentment, really finding this hard to accept. However, soon afterwards, there was more news stating that Huang recovered, his strength advancing, defeating the emperor clans in the other side, slaughtering the younger generation until they didn't dare face him, completely unstoppable. Is this true? When the Lunar Jade Rabbit heard this, she immediately jumped in excitement. These news undoubtedly left everyone elated and excited. The old friends who were close to Xianxia all became overjoyed, feeling extremely happy. There were some who wondered just how heaven-defying Huang was. After becoming a captive, could he still stir up any disorder in the other side? This was a bit hard to believe. Big news! Huang has escaped, already escaping from the other side on the way back. Let's prepare to receive him. This very day, an even more shocking pieces of news was transmitted back, leaving everyone stupefied, ringing in their ears. Huang fled back. How could this be possible? How did he do it? The other side was powerful, not needing to set up defenses in desolate border, not like the Nine Heavens who set up Imperial Pass to block the way. Comparatively speaking, when something's happened, it was easier to spread here. Xianxia defeated a time beast, news of his great prestige rushing over like a tide. Moreover, there was more secret information, stating that he escaped while riding a giant fish. Is this real? Even Imperial Pass creatures were a bit speechless. Defeated an emperor clan was something they half believed, but if they were to say that he rode on a fish and ran, then this was a bit absurd. At the very least, this side didn't see him return. Not good. There is news that Huang already defected, surrendering to the other side. The same day this type of information appeared. This naturally triggered an uproar, leaving many people alarmed. He was handed over despite obtaining great contributions, sent to the other side, turned into a prisoner, making his heart go cold. If he defected, it was something easy to believe and accept. It was to the extent where a few people had these thoughts. If it was themselves in his place, they might as well just directly change sides. Execute those who are spreading rumors. The same day, Meng Tianjin gave out this order, that if anyone dared speak randomly to stir up public sentiment with false statements, then they would be killed without exception. I believe that Huang really has started to return. The other side's creatures are purposely splashing dirty water to mock him, inciting quarrels. This way, once he appears, we will produce suspicion. Indeed, Huang escaped from the other side, so some began to spread targeted rumors, purposely spreading them to Imperial Pass side. All types of rumors were spread through Imperial Pass, all types of news spreading, hard to even say which one was true. Some believed that Huang was unstoppable in the other side, defeating emperor clans, treating the time beast as food, his achievements extremely glorious. But there were some who felt like they should be a bit more realistic, that this type of achievement wasn't too realistic. Perhaps Huang really did defect out of anger, his heart no longer with the Nine Heavens. Was Huang a hero, full of righteousness, or did he defect out of anger, becoming a demon king? For some time, not one dared to speak too much openly, but they discussed things privately, even arguing over this. Where exactly was Huang? Right now, he really did enter a strange world, one that was beyond the outside world's imagination. The ancestral fry jumped with everything it had, struggling free from ocean fall. Everything became indistinct and dark, leaving this ancient realm. In the other side, many kings knew that the limits of ocean fall were extremely terrifying. Recklessly approaching would result even in one's bones disappearing, body and soul eradicated, vanishing from this world. Right now, Xianxia experienced a type of rather be dead than alive type of torment. The surface of the fish's body shone, becoming like a black heavenly sun, withstanding some type of mysterious power. Its own body quickly shrunk. Meanwhile, Xianxia and the others faced a tremendous pressure, their bodies releasing endless pi-pa noises, all of them breaking. How could it be like this? Shenming's face lost color. Even someone as powerful as her, a self-release realm golden undead knight right now was about to die. Sanzang was the same, entire body in tatters, holy aura declining, entire being about to be crushed to pieces. As for Hao, his situation was worrisome, about to die at any time. It was because he hadn't reached the self-release realm yet. However, this place was strange, the pressure it brought exceeding one's limit, as if it was some type of special test. Soon afterwards, their expressions changed. The ancestral Fry's entire body was bloody, badly mangled, looking like it was about to collapse. One had to know that this time they were using it to leave the other side. Was even this fish going to fall apart? Look, the ancestral patterns on its body have dimmed, about to completely shatter. This means that it has lost the protection, Shenming said. Hong. After a great shaking, they all went unconscious. They could only retain a small bit of consciousness during this process, hearing some vague sacrificial sounds. It was as if they were in a dream, extremely unclear. The ancestral Fry used the ancestral texts as a flame, its own blood as the offering, igniting itself. It leapt out from the river of fate, about to enter a different place. After who knew how much time had passed, Hao woke up, hearing the last syllable of the sacrificial voice, as if some type of ceremony really was carried out, moreover ending just now. He was in an extremely miserable state, but he survived. All of his bones were broken, flesh badly mutilated, but this could still be endured. When he sat down, Hao's body continuously released noise, all of his broken bones starting to heal. Not far out, Shenming and Sanzang were even more miserable, their bodies in pieces, split up, almost completely destroyed. Only after a long time had passed did they open their eyes. However, they were incredibly pale, primordial spirit flames dim, about to go out. The two had bitter smiles on their faces. This was too bitter, their condition an absolute mess. If they wanted to recover, they needed time, even more so needed to pay a great price. You weren't affected that much? When they pieced their bodies together again and saw Hao's state, they were both moved, extremely shocked. Worthy of being Huang. Towards this, Sanzang only had this evaluation. I really am considering making you my Dao companion. Shenming was even more direct, enduring the pain, blinking her eyes charmingly, releasing a life overturning temptation, seducing the soul. What's wrong with this fish? Hao looked towards the distance. That fish's body was now much smaller, only a few hundred zhang in length, covered in blood, in tatters, even its skull completely shattered. From the looks of things won't be able to live. However, there was a piece of ancestral patterns that didn't go out. Right now it flickered, releasing blinding light, extracting its essence blood, starting to display might. Under jibang noises, this strange fish underwent a strange change, shrinking once more, becoming 10 zhang in length. Its corresponding shattered bones healed, tattered body recovering, life returning. This was the same as exhausting all of its blood energy. Shrinking its body to recover, it was clearly weaker than before. The most shocking thing was that its form also began to change. The tyrant dragon head and the bull horns changed, turning into a bird state. Its head became more like a peng's, golden and resplendent. It still had a fish body, not changing too much, but patterns were being produced, extremely complex and profound. Hao was immediately shocked, inwardly shaken. These patterns were a bit similar to Kuan-Peng symbols. He understood this type of species. How was this possible? Was the ancestral Fry going to turn into a Kuan-Peng? In the end, the Peng head disappeared. It turned into a black fish, but its body clearly contained a Peng aura, different from before. After leaping out of the river of fate, this ancestral Fry underwent a strange change, becoming immeasurable. Sanzang said. Hao frowned. What exactly was going on with the so-called ancestral Fry? How many were there exactly? Don't tell me this was how the Kuan-Pengs were created? Soon afterwards, they calmed down, starting to worry about their own safety, observing the surroundings. Just what kind of place was this exactly? It was too spacious, lacking the slightest bit of aura, like a ruined ancient world. an abandoned place, too spacious and lonesome. They clearly left the world they were in before, struggling free, entering an expanse of mysterious ancient heavens. Look, there are a few ancestral fry swimming over there, Xianming said. Only those fish were all quite unlucky, all already dead, some 10,000 zhang long, some only a dozen zhang, their transformations failed, unknown just how many tens of thousands of years ago they died. Apart from this place was just too desolate. Was this an abandoned ancient universe, a ruined remnant Earth? Suddenly, ripples transmitted over from the distance. Moreover, a grand prayer sound could be heard, even more so a type of sacrificial voice, as if the ancient people were sobbing in grief together, praying. There are people here? Their party widened their eyes, noticing several hundred creatures crossing the quiet sky, arriving in an orderly manner. Xianxia was immediately stupefied, his entire body shaking from alarm. It would raise an uproar if even one or two of these creatures appeared in the real world, yet hundreds of them appeared here at once. The most important thing was that they carried a grass-woven mat, a person lying on it. The sobs of grief were from them, as if they were offering sacrifices to a great emperor who had died endless ages ago. This is an abandoned land, a place detached from the great void. It was originally desolate, withered up, lacking life, but now, a group of creatures moved across it, releasing cries of grief, as if they were offering sacrifices to a deceased holy emperor from the ancient times. Xiao's gaze was forceful. After making sure that he didn't see incorrectly, he really became shocked inwardly. Those creatures, the smaller ones were only the length of a chopstick, the larger ones the thickness of an arm, half of a zhang in length, all of different colors, carrying lightning radiance, colors gorgeous and bright. If one didn't pay close attention, then they would think they were looking at a group of snakes. In reality, they definitely weren't. They were all part of an extremely powerful, rare species, hard to find one or two in the world. They were lightning spirits, specialized in devouring heavenly tribulations, using lightning as food. When they grew up, they would be known as unmatched creatures, any one of them unmatched at their level in the later stages. Xianxia had previously seen them before, moreover subdued 3 of them. These were creatures the long-life Wang family had previously raised, trying to harm him, releasing these lightning spirits when he was facing tribulation in Imperial Pass, almost making him suffer a great disaster. However, later on, all 3 lightning spirits were subdued by him, stored in the lightning pool. These types of things were rarely seen, couldn't be preserved in the outside world. Before they achieved the Tao, they all lived in the Sea of Lightning, using lightning as food, not many of them seen by others. Wang family managed to obtain those 3 because of an opportunity, raising them like their own lifelines. It was because once this type of thing matured, they would become undefeated legends, unmatched creatures, able to protect a clan throughout the ages, known to be able to defeat all those at the same level. Back then, when Xianxia fought with these 3 creatures, he had exhausted a large amount of strength to win, and how many people could compare to Huang in this world? If not for his strength being great enough, he would have died that day. In the end, there weren't many who could compare to Xianxia in this world. There was no way they could all be this freakish. That was why the lightning spirits could be called unmatched creatures. When they grew to their late stage, every single one of them were heaven-defying existences. After endless time passed, the heaven and earth's environment changed greatly. Heavenly tribulation no longer appeared. Not many people could guide down lightning tribulation. Once it appeared, it would signify ultimate lightning, power exceeding that of the past. This type of lightning tribulation would destroy the one facing tribulation, yet the lightning spirits treated it as food. That was why this was a species that transcended beyond the world. In the mortal world, these creatures were practically impossible to find. As such, how could Xianxia not be shocked? He immediately saw several hundred lightning spirits. This really was unimaginable, exceeding normal reasoning. With so many of them together, if all of them matured, they would be unstoppable, a huge disaster. If they decided to attack a certain place, no one would be able to stand in their way. These are lightning spirits. Xianming's expression paled. She also recognized this type of species, inwardly shaken. There were so many lightning spirits here. If there were some self-release realm ones inside, then the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. It was because she also knew that when this type of creature appeared in the world, it would result in disaster. There are too many. Actually, several hundred of them. Sanzang's expression was serious, head of golden hair fluttering about, a rain of light spilling out, holy aura spreading. He treated this seriously. These lightning spirits, the smaller ones, were the length of a chopstick, about the same as the ones sure how subdued. Meanwhile, the larger ones were the thickness of an arm, truly shocking. Their appearances were like snakes, but their scales flickered with dragon imprints. Lightning coiled around all of them, extremely powerful. There were some that were dark red in color, as if they were soaked in blood, carrying a terrifying aura. When their bodies moved, Kung Chong noises were released, immortal gold clashing sounds could be heard. There were some that were golden in color, carrying noble energy, as well as a type of great presence, as if an emperor clan was moving. Golden radiance flowed, powerful and terrifying. There were some that were silvery white in color, flickering with ice-cold brilliance. Wherever they passed, the void would cave in, able to easily destroy space. These were precisely lightning spirits. There were hundreds of lightning spirits, all of them bent over, their lower halves as if crawling on the ground, while the upper half stood up in the void. Several hundred heads were raised, releasing true dragon energy, the radiance cold. It had to be said that when they were all together, even without releasing any attacks, they were already intimidating. The hundreds of lightning creatures wept for that person. Who was he? When sure how carefully sensed it, his expression became even more serious. It was because the sacrificial sound was too grand, even more shocking that it sounded on the surface, as if natural spirits were sobbing. The origin of this person was just too terrifyingly great. The ancient predecessors and past creatures were all praying for him, offering sacrifices to him in grief because of his burial, even the world itself trembling. This was too shocking, exceeding sure how's imagination. In this barren, desolate, and spacious ancient cosmos space, there was this type of irregular scene. It really was inconceivable. Sanzang's eyelids were jumping, clearly shocked. As an undead knight, even though he usually remained asleep year-round, the eras he experienced were more ancient, understanding more about ancient mysterious creatures. His expression revealed everything. The ancient people are all wailing in anguish, even after endless years. Their sounds of weeping haven't been extinguished, sacrificial voices still lingering, supporting the bodies. Just how great of contributions were left behind. This was Sanzang's voice, his expression unable to remain calm. They're coming. Shunming's expression paled. A group of lightning spirits rushed over too fast. Wherever they passed, their bodies would crush the void. They carried that person on the woven mat, quickly arriving. They were going to make contact. Was a bitter fight going to happen? They were greatly flustered, but that Kuan-like fish was instead calm, not moving, just slapping its tail a few times. Then, something shocking happened. The lightning spirits ignored them while raising the woven mat. They passed by just like that, not paying them any attention. The lightning spirits were definitely not some kind folk. Every one of them incomparably domineering, used heavenly tribulation as food. Any one of them would become unpredictable savage existences when they grew up. This group of them rushed by, actually not releasing attacks. This didn't seem to match their aggressive natures. Woo! During this process, they continued to howl, as if rushing home to attend a funeral, carrying deep grief and sorrow. A terrifying aura spread, shaking the boundless starry skies. For this group of creatures to be so hell-bent on something, wishing to bring this individual out, not even a miracle was enough to describe this situation. It was because if any of those creatures grew up, they could forge an undefeated legend. Yet now there were several hundred of them here. When they passed by, the space between Xinming's brows shone. A hazy rain of light scattered down. She displayed a type of restricted burial technique, capturing the message the individual on the woven mat left behind, able to see the events of the past. Who could do such a thing normally? There would be huge problems. Honglong. In that instant, heaven and earth became indistinct. They saw endless creatures. All of the creatures of the world were on their knees, weeping in sorrow. All of the creatures, these people from various clans, were all here for the burial of a single person. Was this the individual on the woven mat? What kind of treatment was this? The clans all came out, all spirits in grief, prayers resounding through the heavens above. The entire world was filled with the sacrificial voices of the past. It was just too shocking. Vaguely, that voice arrived from the distant past, transmitting to this desolate space directly from endless ages ago, shaking sure how Xiangming and Sanzang's souls. It was as if they received a baptism, their moods also becoming unsteady, actually feeling the urge to cry. Pooh! Suddenly, Xunming coughed out blood, face pale, the space between her brows cracking apart, primordial spirit almost exploding. It was because she tried to investigate the person on the woven mat, suffering a terrifying backlash as a result. Even if that person was dead, endless generations passed. A self-release realm golden undead knight was still powerless to examine his past, or else shocking Dao laws would hack down. Xunming almost lost her life. This individual was too shocking. Her burial technique was interrupted, forcing her to continuously cough out blood. Only after a long time had passed did her condition stabilize. Was it an ancient emperor who was buried? Sanzang asked with a sunken voice. When the rain of light scattered, those scenes no longer visible, they all thought of an unexplainable reality. That individual was buried in the endless past. So why did these lightning spirits raise the woven mat carrying his corpse, rushing past the starry skies in such a hurry? Where were they headed? What happened to his previous grave? In that instant, many questions were produced in their minds. This matter was definitely not simple. A group of lightning spirits rushed past the starry sky, wailing in anguish, making offerings with the greatest respect, carrying this corpse with them. What were they trying to do? The most important thing was that this wasn't all. They crossed starry skies, one after another, the distance endlessly far. Something isn't quite right. We might think it is a starry sky, a piece of ruined cosmos, but the real circumstances might be different. Only heaven knows what kind of places those are. Xunming suddenly spoke up. There was no longer a captivating charm on that beautiful face, but rather a completely serious expression. Her sparkling and beautiful face lacked blood energy. Beautiful eyes blinking as she looked into the distance, towards where the lightning spirits headed. Exactly, this is a place beyond the foreign side, the outer world. It is hard to say where exactly we are. Sanzang nodded. They looked towards that Kuan fish, and then towards the departed lightning spirits. There were legends that true dragons might have evolved from lightning spirits, or else why were lightning spirits so powerful? They might very well be dragonlings. Lightning spirits, Kuan fish fry, these two species both appeared here. It was a bit strange. At the same time, it made them produce endless speculations. Chase, sure how only had this word, suggesting this. He wanted to see where those lightning spirits were going, what their goal was in carrying that woven mat's corpse, where they were headed. The lightning spirits left into the distance, carrying the corpse on the woven mat, heading even further into the void. What do we do with this fish? Xunming asked. There was still the fish that seemed like a Kuan Pong. This creature was extremely mysterious, actually bringing them away from the foreign side, as if struggling free from the river of fate. It's inauspicious. Just leave it, Sanzang said. It was because he had flipped through some jade burial scriptures, seeing that once the ancestral fry transformed, undergoing inconceivable transformations, it would become extremely inauspicious, best not to rashly kill it. All creatures who can escape its original life trajectory are extraordinary, stand out from the masses. It will receive the protection of the heavens. Sanzang further explained. According to what he said, they all shared the limelight of this fish's blessing, or else there was no way they could enter this mysterious land. There are some fish who, even though they jump out, appearing on the river surface, see the path ahead, foreseeing the future, still drop back into the fish. Fish will still be fish. This is, unless it can turn into a pong. spread its wings and truly escape the river of fate. Xianxia said. Indeed, it will depend on its natural luck from here on out. Sanzang nodded, eyes revealing brilliance. What happened to that river? Shenming asked. Where was Ocean Fall? Why did it disappear? It should have flowed here, entered this mysterious void. Yet now it was nowhere to be seen. I remember I could still see it just now. Yet after a moment of absent-mindedness, it disappeared. Sanzang said. It has also chased after the lightning spirits. Let's go, Xianxia said. What was shocking was that the Kuan Fry was swimming, moving its tail about, chasing in the direction where the lightning spirits disappeared into, just happening to be going the same way as them. Those lightning spirits were too fast, about to disappear in the blink of an eye. Their group quickly chased after them, not daring to dally for too long out of fear of being left behind. In the boundless ancient land, their bodies were in nothingness, occasionally able to see giant ruined star remains drifting about, adding to the silence and loneliness of this place. This seemed to be a completely abandoned land. Suddenly, a bone bracelet on Sanzang's wrist shone, releasing misty colors, as if a 5-colored divine rainbow was flickering about, extremely bright and colorful. Not good. The void here is unstable, might just cave in and cause a great disaster, he warned. Up ahead, there were void cracks everywhere, the world lacking essence energy, looking like a honeycomb. There were holes and traces of damage everywhere. This was like a realm wall, but it had already been worn down, now already half destroyed. Hundreds of lightning spirits rushed over, not stopping at all, going right past. Then, mist rose in spirals, extremely strange within the ruined starry sky, rarely seen. There was a wave of divine aura. This wasn't divine matter in the normal sense. Then, Xianxia was shaken up, because he saw a gravestone, an ancient tomb region. Sanzang and Shenming were stupefied. Then they both became ecstatic, becoming excited. Had their natural luck arrived? This tomb region, no matter how one looked at it, it was like an ancient burial land. It was rumored that our ancestors came from outer space. Could this be true? That it is this place? Shenming was incredibly excited, cheering. The lightning spirits entered the tomb region, starting to slow down, as if they were looking for something. At the same time, their eyes released divine radiance, examining every inch of space. This region floated under the starry sky, appearing in the void, shrouded in mist. Even though it looked terrifying, there was a type of divine power spreading from it. This was really hard for one to get used to. This was supposed to be a tomb, why was it now related to the divine? Don't tell me the lightning spirits wish to bury that person here? Xianxia suspected. However, that person seemed to be an emperor, his aura too powerful, actually buried endless generations ago. Was there a need to change gravesites? What exactly were the lightning spirits trying to do? Who was this person? This was what they wanted to know. The Kuan Fry also followed along, gently swaying its tail, treating this void like a great sea, speed extremely fast, catching up. The ancestral Fry, Kuan Fry, lightning spirits, they are all premature forms. Is there some kind of connection between them, all of them needing to take this path to transform? Xianxia developed many associations. Finally, the lightning spirits stopped in front of a black earthen great tomb, moving around it. This tomb was extremely grand, like a great mountain towering there. When they stopped, they began to carefully sense around, as if they were searching for something. Then, they actually broke open the grave, raising the corpse on the woven mat, about to enter inside. They are going to bury that person here? All of them were surprised. The lightning spirits traveled so far, sobbing and weeping along the way, all for the sake of choosing a new grave for this person. For him to be buried peacefully? This tomb is special. I can sense the aura of undead knights. It has definitely buried undead knights before, having an extraordinary past. Sanzang said with great certainty. Things were now a bit complicated. This involved the undead knights? However, the great grave moved. A group of lightning spirits broke through, sending out large amounts of black grave earth. They carried the corpse on the woven mat and left once more, continuing on their way. They left just like that, not stopping, deciding not to bury that person here. The Kuan Fry brandished its tail, the first to rush inside the grave, as if it also found something. However, it rushed out again. Sanzang and Shenming naturally wouldn't pass over this place. This was suspected to be the residence of an undead knight, so it carried fatal temptation for them. They entered the great grave, carefully searching about. The great grave was ancient, the tomb's earth also ancient. Inside, the ancient coffin had long rotted, from the looks of it made of stone. It had long eroded under the corrosion of time, merging with the tomb's earth. An ancient tomb that cuts off all life force. Sanzang's expression changed. On the side, Sure Hao was speechless when he heard this. This was just a tomb, what cutting off life force was there? It really left him a bit dumbstruck. Weren't graves meant for storing the dead? I sense a familiar aura, Shenming further said. Inside burial land, there was a burial king who precisely had this type of aura. Moreover, he had previously went to the world beyond. There were great medicines in the grave that were picked. Sanzang confirmed this suspicion. It is rumored that when the past undead knight rode on the ancestral fry, leaving the foreign side, entering the world beyond, he was still far from being a burial king. Could it be that the natural luck he obtained was from this region? Shenming suspected. Inside the grave, there used to be great medicine. Sanzang sighed with astonishment, also feeling great regret. Wait, I have no idea what you all are saying. Sure Hao interrupted. What great medicine? It grew in the grave? The great medicines in graves are useless to you, only effective for us, can allow us to transform. Even in the boundless world, if the heavens are searched, it is hard to find a single stalk of great medicine like that stalk. Shenming said with a sigh. Sure Hao was speechless. He had no interest in that thing. Could it be that those lightning spirits who were carrying that person also entered this place in search of the great medicine in the tomb? It doesn't seem quite right. That person isn't an undead knight. It should be useless for him. Perhaps they really are purely searching for a peaceful burial place. I don't think so. Perhaps the great medicine in the grave can serve as some type of medicinal primer. Do they want to refine a resurrection pill? The two golden undead knights were discussing amongst themselves. Can you all talk a bit more in detail? What exactly is that so-called great medicine in the tomb? Sure Hao further asked. The great medicine in the tomb is when the most powerful blood essence that has accumulated for at least 3 great eras produces a medicine, also known as 3-life medicine. Sanzang said. That type of thing, for undead knights, was a great treasure, incomparably precious, something that couldn't be exchanged for no matter what was used. It was because that thing was extremely useful for them, and the conditions for creating it are too difficult. A grave that existed for 3 great eras, each great era experiencing the irrigation of blood rain, soaked in the blood of countless creatures, accumulating in the tomb, slowly becoming essence, and then becoming medicine. It was rumored that when other creatures ate the 3-life medicine, they would directly explode, body and spirit eradicated. However, there were some strange methods that could be used to refine it, turning it into a medicine primer, able to refine the few pill medicines that were hardest to successfully concoct. Are there really resurrection pills in this world? Shenming was skeptical. There aren't. I've seen some ancient texts that say the resurrection pill is a collective term for many medicines, a type of praise. It actually doesn't exist. Reviving an ancient emperor with this type of pill is impossible. Sanzang said. I finally know why after that burial king set out before he achieved the Tao, his life trajectory was altered, causing him to ultimately become a burial king. It is because he discovered a stock of 3-life medicine here. Shenming said with a sigh. The expert who rode the ancestral fry into the distance all the way from the foreign side eventually became a burial king. 3-life medicine, for undead knights, exceeded the value of 10 stalks of immortal medicines, more important than one's own life. In that case, the corpse that the lightning spirits are carrying might be dug up from the grave he was buried in countless generations ago. Now they're looking for a way to revive him? Sure Hao said, coming to this type of conclusion. However, wasn't this still too strange? Someone who had died a long time ago, no matter how powerful he was before. There was no way he could live until now. Follow them. Perhaps there might be a shocking discovery. It had to be said that this region was extremely large. The ancient tomb laid in disarray, monuments towering, mist shrouding this place, just too mysterious. They followed the lightning spirits. Meanwhile, Sanzang and Shenming would enter some great graves from time to time, wishing to search for their own natural luck. However, their faces sunk, not obtaining any benefits. Hong! A great noise sounded. The cries of grief became who knew how many times greater. One vaguely saw countless ancient predecessors kneel down and kowtow, pray, offer sacrifices. This came precisely from where the lightning spirits were. The woven mat they carried released a weak light, reflecting the ancient past. What was going on? What was happening? The people behind were all extremely shocked. Hurry and look. There is temporal radiance flowing. Time gathered into a river. The realm wall there is unstable, reflecting the events of the past. Shenming said, for these golden undead nights, whose single sleep might last many tens of thousands of years, even half a great era, only heaven knew how ancient the ancient times they spoke of were. That place was extremely indistinct, even more creatures' figures appearing, of all different forms. These are the events of the past. This ancient tomb region was strange, this type of thing happening when the corpse on the woven mat was carried past. Soon afterwards, Hao became stunned. It was because after seeing some scenes, his entire being became a bit sluggish. He heard shouts, seeing a fat Taoist priest tossed from side to side. He was too familiar, wasn't that the grown-up Chao Yuxing? Kacha! A streak of bloody lightning rushed past, making the people and scenes there much clearer. It was clear that Sanzang and Shenming also noticed it. Experts, at least at immortal level. Shenming's expression paled, staring forward. That's a Taoist master? It doesn't look like an ancient void scene. Sanzang said, expression grave, incredibly serious. What about the three-life medicine? Where is it? This great one is going to refine a medicine. Need to defy the heavens. The fat Taoist priest grabbed at his hair. Not far out, there was a large sinister beast that was even taller than a mountain peak. It was entirely black and shining, fur glossy, but there were also large amounts of bloodstains. That was actually a huge dog, square-headed, big-eared, eyes a copper color. It was just like the fat Taoist priest, covered in blood, clearly seriously injured. What happened? Hao muttered. Suddenly, that large dog opened its mouth, its bloody mouth terrifying. It bit towards the fat Taoist priest's bottom. Motherfucker! This damn dog is biting me again. Hao was stupefied, watching this man and dog fight a great battle, chased all around the starry skies, tossing and turning about in this cemetery. Damn dog! I'm gonna cook you sooner or later. The fat Taoist priest was flustered and exasperated. Stop biting already. If we still can't find the three-life medicine, then there's no chance of reviving him at all. We won't be able to refine that legendary pill. Everything really will be finished. The fat Taoist priest said, full of emotions. What was going on? Hao was stunned. What was going on? Hao's thoughts were in chaos. He met the fat Taoist priest again, and there was even a square-headed, big-eared black dog. That was the adult Chao Yuxing, or it could be said that it was the fat Taoist priest after endless time, seeing the light of day again after being buried for who knew how many years. Time has become chaotic. There are also some events from unpredictable periods reflected after the long river of time struck against both shores. Sanzang spoke. That dog was too fierce, the shining black fur like a stellar stream flickering with dark light. Its body was massive, comparable to an archaic demonic mountain. What breed is this? Its aura is even more ferocious than prehistoric vicious beasts. Perhaps it can easily devour the Taotais, eat house. Shenming revealed an expression of shock. Three-life medicine, was it really this precious? Hao finally deeply sensed how extraordinary that thing was. He originally thought only undead knights treated it like supreme treasures, never expecting that even the fat Taoist wanted it so much. For golden undead knights, 3-life medicine is the #1 treasure throughout the ages. Having one means that one can evolve into a burial king. If that fat tass made some progress, we can cut him off. Shenming smiled. It was because they were now already sure that those were merely future time fragments, not something that was really happening before their eyes. Even if the other side was a true immortal, he couldn't do much to them. Great graves were everywhere, lying in disarray, extremely strange. That man and dog rushed about, overturning ancient tombs one after another. However, in the end, they were disappointed, not obtaining anything. The void was unstable. Soon afterwards, they became indistinct, unable to appear for a long time. Only occasionally, there would be a barking noise, as well as the fat Taoist priest's angry berating. Apart from this, there was the final cry of dejection, including that large black dog's. They failed, not finding the 3-life medicine. Who were they trying to save? They actually found this place. This was the world beyond, a strange land above the various worlds. During this process, Sanzang and Shenming quickly took action, sweeping through the surroundings. Their traces were left behind in one ancient tomb after another. This place was extremely strange, clearly in the starry sky, so why were there so many tombs? However, all of the old tombs were empty, within them coffins, but no undead knights slumbering inside, even less skeletal remains. It was completely empty, no creatures inside, no remains to be found. This place was just too vacant. The lightning spirits were searching about. They carried the corpse on the woven mat, sweeping through the entire ancient tomb region, but ended up without any gains, thus continuing forward once more. The following path took them along what seemed to be the edge of the universe. The realm walls were broken, time traces heavy. There were terrifying cracks that appeared in the void one after another, above the stellar remains, on the realm walls, continuously extending into the distance. It was almost as if should someone shout a bit too loudly, this place would collapse. However, when Sanzang released a fist, he discovered that this place was far sturdier than he imagined. At the very least, it could still exist for tens of thousands of years without breaking down. An altar. Look, there is an extremely ancient altar there. They are getting on. Where are they going? Shenming was shocked. In this ruined, abandoned land, there was an altar refined from unknown bones. It flickered with dim radiance, in the form of an ancient altar. The activation method was extremely simple. As long as magical force was used, energy poured in, it would start up. 5-pointed stellar radiance flickered. The hundreds of lightning spirits which carried that unmatched corpse disappearing just like that. Should we continue to chase them? Shenming carried an expression of doubt. They themselves didn't even know where exactly they were now. They really were already quite far, breaking free from the foreign ocean fall, entering the unknown ancient space. They saw lightning spirits carrying a corpse, followed them all the way here, seeing countless great graves along the way. Now, were they going to cross worlds and enter another unpredictable place? Look, the Kuan Fry is still following, Shurhao said. That fish was extremely resolute, following the entire time, not showing any intention of leaving. Perhaps the ancestral fry is still continuing its path of return. It is going to return to its birthplace. We should follow as well, Sanzang said. Based on his understanding, the ancestral fry would leave their birthplace and head to various lands, for example, Oceanfall, and then after growing to a set point would follow the path of return. Only, this path was too special. It wasn't water, wasn't a great river, but rather the cosmos and even an altar. In the end, they quickly advanced. They were once again scared of being left behind by lightning spirits, so they proceeded into this new journey. 5-pointed radiance flickered about. They appeared on a platform, chaotic energy pervading the air around them. Ruined stars everywhere. This was still an abandoned place. Not far out was another altar. They could sense the remnant aura and fluctuations of the lightning spirits after they left. Where are they going? If we continuously borrow altars to advance, can we even return? Even the cool-headed Sanzang felt a bit of a headache right now, starting to reveal doubt. However, did they even have a choice? They gave each other a look, and then continued forward. This time, after being transported out from the altar, they discovered that they were on an ancient tree. It was incredibly massive, entirely dried up, lacking branches and leaves. Dried up divine tree, it died halfway through its evolution into a world tree. Even this part of space withered away with it. Xianxia's expression was serious. This made them wonder if the places they were passing through were all ancient worlds, and not from the same sea of stars, instead entirely different sets of heaven and earth. Just like that, they continuously entered different places. Whenever they came out, they could see an altar, all of them with complex formation patterns, suspected to be connected to different worlds. They were transported again and again, passing through altars 9 times. Only then did they approach their destination. They called this the destination because they saw the lightning spirit stop. Moreover, there were no more altars for them to continue through. Where was this? It was even more spacious and empty, overcast, as if this was a world that had just been established, all things not formed yet. No living beings could be seen, everything just that primitive. Primordial energy flowed through this place, yin and yang intertwining. So strange. They weren't sure if they could still return, because those altars seemed unidirectional, couldn't be used for round trips. The lightning spirits lingered about here. In the end, they moved together, passing through a misty region, directly moving through the void. They seemed to be extremely excited. Did they find the place they were looking for? Xianxia revealed an expression of surprise. The path ahead was extremely special and also extremely strange. Broken war halberds, shattered stone hatchets, warships full of holes, all of these actually suddenly appeared. In the primal chaos mist, more and more abandoned warships appeared, as well as broken weapons and other things. It was clear that there was a great battle that happened here before. This is extremely terrifying. Even though those weapons and other things have been completely destroyed, their symbols also believed to be erased, I can still sense how powerful they used to be. There is no lack of immortal artifacts among them. Xinming came to this conclusion. There were some that were previously world-shocking weapons, but they were destroyed, traces completely erased. Unfortunately, the immortal Tao gold essence had been removed. We arrived. There is a pair of gates there. Such large gates. These were a pair of stone gates. They really were too large. Before it, stars even seemed small, towering in the starry sky just like that, unknown where they lead to. Meanwhile, in front of the gate, the various artifacts became more and more numerous. Apart from warships, there were even ruined islands. Instead of calling them islands, they were more like meteorites, refined into their current forms. Only, they didn't have symbols, no divine force fluctuations, all of their essence completely removed, only bone material remaining. Some weapons, for example, purple hammers, were as large as moons. Half of the artifacts were removed, all of the essence flowing away, also scattered across this place. Skeletal remains could be seen one after another, unknown just how powerful they were when they were alive. Now, only skins and imperishable bones remained. It is hard to imagine that these were all exceptional experts, unimaginable creatures. Yet in the end, so many fell. Back then, what exactly happened here? Was it precisely the stone gate that was cutting off their path forward? Sure, how suspected that the magical artifacts, creatures, and other things were terrifyingly high in level, just that due to some unknown reasons, all of their essence was extracted, Tao laws removed, only damaged bones remaining, all of their past brilliance erased. Wait, there is a bit of familiar smell. Sure, how suddenly said. Not far out, there was a meteorite right before the stone gate. There was a creature on top who had long died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Flesh dried up, essence energy completely gone. There is actually still blood in front of his body that hasn't dried yet. This was a shocking discovery. All of the creature's essence had disappeared, yet he actually still had some blood left. Comparatively speaking, this was a miracle and important discovery. In front of that creature were a few words, extremely ancient and mysterious, written in blood. The front half was golden blood, the latter half written in black blood. However, Sure, how didn't recognize these words. Can't Go back. Sanzang said these words. He actually recognized these words, moreover telling Sure how that this was true immortal text. Immortal text, these were long life characters. On Imperial Pass side, the transformation the creatures of the various clans pursued was precisely that of becoming a true immortal. The meteorite was extremely sturdy, gray-brown in color. In the past, it had been burned by extreme temperatures, previously melting and crystallizing, developing a metallic shine. This was a human form creature who was laying on the ground, body withered and shriveled, flesh dried up. His hair was like yellow weeds, body laid there unmoving. The blood on the floor was extremely striking, all of this his blood. One could see that there were openings on his right hand's fingers, still carrying golden traces, while the left hand finger had dark black blood spots. Those characters were written by his two hands, one person having golden and black blood at the same time. This was extremely strange and shocking. Protector's bloodline. Sure Hao was extremely shocked. He immediately guessed at this person's identity. It was because he sensed a similar aura as Dugu Yun's from his body. His blood could be golden and could also be pitch black. Dugu Yun had previously revealed this. They were all saying that the Nine Heavens bloodline didn't belong to the Nine Heavens, but rather came from a strange place. Now this was confirmed. Was it right here? Behind the stone gate? However, they couldn't return. Dugu clan had some powerful clansmen. Even though their population was extremely small, it was definitely not as simple as just one or two people. This person managing to return to this place with great difficulty wasn't all that strange, but he still left this world while carrying great regret. He was incredibly powerful when he was alive. This was Sanzang's conclusion. How could those who could write immortal text be ordinary? However, this person was just like all creatures who died here, encountering similar troubles, or perhaps it could be said a similar disaster. After dying, all of his essence energy disappeared. Even the Tao laws and symbols vanished. Now, he didn't have a bit of magical force left. No divine force fluctuations present. Otherwise, the corpse of this type of exceptional expert, even if more than a great era had passed, it would still be extremely difficult to approach it. His Tao skills when he was alive were extremely terrifying. As a member of the Protectors, being able to write immortal text, moreover appear here, one could imagine just how extraordinary he was. Back then, he was definitely a world-dominating expert. Unfortunately, he died while carrying regret just like that. Behind the stone gate, was there another world? This passage, where did it truly lead? The home of the Protectors, was it just behind these gates? There were always rumors that in that world the Protectors were nothing more than a single community, that there were other ancient and powerful families that were terrifying beyond compare. If this was the case, then that ancient land would be simply unimaginable. What kind of place was it exactly? If just a small portion of one of the ancient communities were already known as the Protectors of the Nine Heavens, just how terrifying of a thing was this? At the same time, Sure Hao also knew that if Imperial Pass creatures managed to wait for reinforcements, they would definitely come from that place. For example, Jin Taijun boldly stated that after 500 years, a certain mysterious land would send powerful reinforcements, would hurry over. That was naturally also referring to that place. Apart from this, according to their speculations, when the Nine Heavens 10 Earths were defeated by the other side, the enemy forces invading, in the end, they encountered interference. This interference should also be the creatures of that place taking action. What other dormant existences did the Nine Heavens have to face the other side's undying kings? If one just thought about it, they would know that the mysterious troops came from that secret land. Do you all know what kind of secret land lies behind the stone gates? Sure Hao asked Sanzang. Immortal homeland. He actually gave this reply. There are some rumors in burial land. The higher levels all know about the existence of that ancient land. Shenming explained. Even though they couldn't be considered part of the higher levels as golden undead knights, their numbers were extremely few, so their statuses were even a bit higher than Yu, Qi Menghong, and the other emperor clan descendants. That was why these two knew some secrets. It has quite a few names: Immortal Homeland, Immortal Domain, Pure Land, Immortal Country, and others. Sanzang said. Moreover, he said that this place was extremely mysterious, almost impossible to reach. It was because even the creatures coming from there were extremely careful when leaving that place. As long as they left, they most likely wouldn't return. Immortal homeland? Xianxia revealed an expression of surprise. He had previously seen the white tortoise carry immortal medicine. That old tortoise had previously said that it wanted to return to immortal homeland. The so-called immortal homeland was actually the territory of immortal families. If this type of place exists, why is it so hidden? Also, those creatures who leave that place, why can't they return? Could it be that even true immortals cannot return after leaving that place? Xianxia had too many questions he was wondering about. The burial kings had previously said that that is the foundation of immortal families. Out of fear of having their source become contaminated, those who leave may never return. The secrets touching upon the world's most terrifying great events. Xianming actually said this. This left Xianxia horrified. Just what kind of problem was there exactly for them to hide it like this? Could it be that the current territory, the 9 heavens 10 earths, something was wrong with it, that there were hidden dangers? According to what Sanzang and Xianming said, the foreign undying kings and the others all knew about the existence of immortal homeland. All of their preparations for war, what they were most scared of were precisely the creatures of that place. Endless years ago, immortal homeland was connected to the 9 heavens. One could come and go in between. However, later on, because of a few events, the path was severed. Moreover, in that immortal territory, an intense change took place. These words left Xianxia extremely shocked. Endless years ago, some things the entire world knew about, after experiencing the baptism of time, now, they are all merely legends, becoming rumors. Xianming said with a sigh, when people of later generations see our world, they would also be like this. What they understand would only be superficial, the truth long hidden. Sanzang's expression was ice-cold. Indeed, perhaps in even later generations, immortal ancient will be viewed as the generation of true immortals, while our era, what would it be called? The great era of darkness? Or perhaps era of chaos? Xianxia sighed with sorrow. There are burial kings who previously said with sighs that we might all become ashes of history. Sanzang said, why? Xianxia felt a chill run through his body. This great era, the so-called truth, has all been buried. Many powerful individuals doomed to become nameless, destroyed in the dark times. What is left behind for later generations will only be an eternal tranquility. Sanzang said, I have to continue living, witness the truth, see who can cover all of this up. Xianxia said calmly. He wanted to become stronger, to become an existence who could continue living, and not a pawn that would be wiped out along with the Great Era. After the Great Era is wiped out, there will naturally be those who will scatter seeds, leave behind some Tao books for inheritance, as well as the so-called historical facts. Then, a reincarnation would begin once more. Sanzang laughed, extremely profound and unfathomable, eyes vacant. This didn't match his normal pure and holy temperament. Another instance of reincarnation is starting? At this moment, Xianming also released a sigh, her eyes becoming terrifyingly deep. For some reason, Xianxia felt his scalp go numb, fine hairs standing on end. It wasn't out of shock towards their words, but rather feeling like these two's temperaments weren't quite right. Their last words made one feel as if this wasn't like 2 young creatures, but more like 2 wise and ancient beings. Xianxia couldn't help but think back to the prison of darkness. Primordial spirits could escape from that place. The 2 golden undead knights were sometimes like themselves, but sometimes gave off strange feelings that were a bit terrifying. What are those lightning spirits doing? In the distance, several hundred lightning spirits were wandering about this place, carefully searching for something. Then, they actually placed the woven mat on a meteorite. They began to arrange themselves, producing strange formations, chanting all types of extremely strange ancient incantations, as if they were summoning something. They want to enter the world behind the stone gates, Sanzang said. Now, Xianxia was already sure that this was indeed a great world. one that might very well far exceed the 9 heavens 10 earths, a vast and boundless place. Only, the truth had always been hidden, no one truly understanding. Immortal Ancient was wiped out, the creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths were almost completely eradicated, so not knowing anything about past events naturally made sense. The lightning spirits wanted to bring the corpse on the woven mat into immortal homeland? Unfortunately, the stone gates were tightly shut. No matter how powerful these lightning spirits were, there was no way they could move it, the incantations they chanted ineffective. Xinming cried out in alarm, her expression full of shock as she looked at the lightning spirits. They undid a corner of the woven mat, kowtowing there, continuously bowing in worship. In the end, a sphere of light rose from the woven mat, releasing dazzling radiance. Then that sphere of light flickered about, appearing before the stone gate. What is that? A supreme treasure the ancient emperor carries on him. Is it his weapon? Something shocking happened. That sphere of light smashed into the stone gate, making it release sinister radiance. It was no longer simple and ancient, no longer quiet, the stone gate almost transparent. Then, endless patterns extended outwards, reviving on the stone gates, flowing like molten iron. Hong! Suddenly, the stone gates immediately became resplendent. Its radiance illuminated the endless past, everlasting and undying. 2 characters have appeared. Shihao was shocked. He could still see it clearly even while standing quite far away. There were 2 ancient characters on the stone gates. Within them stored great Tao aura. It immediately made the heavens tremble. Immortal domain. Sanzang recognized them, speaking out these 2 words. The majestic stone gate's simple and unadorned stone patterns produced brilliance. Then, it became extremely brilliant. These 2 characters made everyone shiver, leaving them feeling greatly shaken. They were clearly extremely divine, yet also gave off a type of great pressure, making one's primordial spirit tremble. Moreover, that type of trembling became more and more terrifying, as if their soul was a candle flame in the wind, continuously flickering, ready to go out at any time. What was going on? Regardless of whether it was Shihao or the 2 golden undead knights, they both involuntarily backed up, feeling extremely uneasy. Their scalps went numb, fine hairs all standing on end. This was an extremely shocking change, as if a prehistoric giant beast opened its eyes. Even though there was a resplendent rain of light, it was still terrifying beyond compare. The simple and unadorned stone gate released radiance that seemed to penetrate all of eternity. It was too pure and holy, like the first strand of light that appeared in the creation of the world, connected to the undying and everlasting. On the stone gate, all types of imprints appeared, telling of the secrets during the opening of the heavens, the mysteries of primal chaos. Many ancient predecessors appeared, only they were too blurry, difficult to see them clearly. One could vaguely hear a long and drawn-out Tao sound that cleansed one's soul, making them feel as if they were about to complete an evolution. Shihao, Sanzang and Xinming all wanted to listen to this, use it to comprehend the Tao, even more so wanted to rush over, study those unmatched profound mysteries, use them to undergo a complete transformation. However, a sphere of light flickered about, as if it could command the heavens, make all creatures in the universe bow down and kowtow, shaking these stone gates from high up above. This was, without a doubt, the light that appeared from the corpse on the woven mat. This was what moved the stone gates, as well as what displayed such intimidating might. Shihao was horrified. He quickly snapped out of it. Just now, his primordial spirit almost left his body to enter through those grand stone gates. It was an extremely terrifying feeling. Even though that place was divine, containing great Tao roots, making one wish to head inside, for some reason, after they became vigilant, they were covered in cold sweat. These gates are extremely strange. There is danger, Sanzang said with a sunken voice. His expression was the most serious. In addition, a layer of cold sweat appeared from his forehead. This was the first time he was this serious and nervous, as if he was facing the root of all chaos. Xunming's expression was also extremely bad. If not for that sphere of light that shook, just now they might have just been finished. Their souls would be sucked into the stone gates. And at that time, heaven knew what would happen. When one turned back, all types of skeletal remains could be seen, some as large as stars, resting in the void, floating before the grand stone gates. Did these creatures all die this way in the past? However, after thinking about it carefully, at their level, there was no way a stone gate should be able to destroy their souls. They should have died after fighting an intense battle. Immortal homeland, this was the source of immortal Tao, the territory of true immortals, a place known as Immortal Domain. Behind those stone gates was a great world, vast and boundless, wide and limitless. Now, it was isolated from the rest of the world, blocked by these stone gates, no one able to go inside. Oh, in front of the stone gates, a group of lightning spirits roared, extremely upset, surging with emotions. It was clear that just now they almost suffered a disaster as well. If not for the supreme treasure of the one laying on the woven mat moving, they would have most likely been in danger. Hong! That sphere of light suddenly became harsh, fairly releasing a streak of light, blasting the stone gates, immediately drowning this place in a rain of light. Then that sphere of light returned, entering the chest of that person on the woven mat, entering his blood-soaked, tattered clothes, thus disappearing without a trace. Only things didn't end here. The stone gates shook intensely, as if they were going to collapse, be blasted open. Sanzang was shocked. He and Xinming clearly knew about many secrets, knowing what kind of place Immortal Domain was. Right now, they looked like they had seen ghosts, completely stupefied. In reality, in Shihao's opinion, they were basically ghosts themselves. These stone gates can't be opened. They are Immortal Domain's stronghold, the only exit. It is useless no matter who comes. Yet now it actually moved. How could this be possible? This doesn't match the burial book's recordings. After these gates closed, the connection with the outside world is cut, basically the same as sealing itself, no one able to open it. Now, it was actually activated. Is a shocking change going to take place? The two golden undead knights were completely shocked, in disbelief. Who exactly was the one on the woven mat? Just what kind of terrifying identity did he have? Suddenly, shocking things took place. From the center of the stone gates outwards, cracks appeared one after another, sparkling and gleaming. This was especially the case with the two sides and above, the cracks even more dense. The lightning spirits quickly backed up, not daring to come into contact. What was this? Shihao's group also backed up. The lines extended, quickly interweaving, as if someone was painting, actually producing an indistinct scene. Soon afterwards, it became a bit clearer. It was actually a wall moving towards the two sides. Even though it still wasn't complete, made from lines, it was materializing. This is Immortal Domain's fort. Xinming was stupefied. Could actually appear like this, as if it was sketched out by someone portrayed. Perhaps we can rush in? Sanzang thought of something. This touched upon spatial natural laws, as well as the issues of time nodes. His face was grave and stern, eyes releasing shocking radiance. Then he turned into a golden streak, quickly rushing towards one side of the city wall, searching for an opening. According to the Bronze Book's recordings, perhaps there is a gap that can be found. Xinming also moved, rushing towards the other side. At the same time, the lightning spirits all got up, becoming like divine arrows, shooting outwards, rushing towards the wall that was currently taking form. Then the Kuan fish's tail moved, also swimming forward. Shihao frowned. He also moved, rushing forward, wishing to examine the changes that were happening here. Just what kind of deeper meaning was there exactly? In reality, he was more interested in getting close to the person lying on the woven mat. This was perhaps the root of what made the stone gates change so greatly. Only, he held himself back, because the golden undead knight Xinming suffered such a terrible backlash even when examining him from far away. If he really did get close, it would definitely be even more dangerous. A divine ring silently appeared behind Shihao's head. It turned into a mirror, flying towards the stone gate. The mysterious flame that had disappeared for a long time appeared again. It floated in front of the stone gate, burning gently, not all that intensely. It was still the size of a fist, illuminating all of the patterns and engravings on the stone gates. Then, ancient stone engravings rushed out one after another, arriving from different great eras one after another. The diagrams before him carried mist. Hao began to examine them, starting from the center. There was a person who was incredibly robust, figure large and tall, covered in facial hair. He held a battle axe in his hand, looking extremely ferocious. When this axe descended, it was as if the entire universe could be hacked open. There was a woman who was cool and elegant, standing above the heavens, confronting a black figure who ripped apart the realm wall, shaking up the 9 great heavens. An ancient war chariot cast from immortal gold released golden brilliance. It was completely forged from ecliptic immortal gold, rumbling over like the Lord of the heavens, intimidating endless generations. There was a creature inside who overlooked the world under the heavens. The other diagrams were extremely grand as well, carrying mysterious brilliance. There were endless predecessors, an altar that was as tall as the sky, making offerings to the heavens, kowtowing together, as if they were summoning something, and then it caused a pair of stone gates to appear. It is revealing some of the major events of the past. Hao suspected that perhaps what was recorded on the stone gates were some ancient events that had profound effects, involving the heavens, or else they wouldn't appear here. That sphere of light was pulsating, shining upon the stone gates, as if it was going to illuminate the past, present, and future, pass over all of the patterns and Tao law imprints once, make them take form there. There were many imprints. It was extremely terrifying. Even with Hao's cultivation, he actually couldn't look directly at them, only able to take hurried glances. The space between his brows split apart, head in so much pain it felt like it was going to split apart. Those ancient imprints were too terrifying, couldn't be looked at for long. Eventually, he saw a great bell, serving as the last scene. The bell's sound waves seemed like they shook the great era until it cracked, as if there were still bell sounds ringing to this day, passing through 10,000 generations to leave behind a light sigh. Without end's bell, the last great era came to an end. Hao was shocked, inwardly regretful. It was because the engravings on the stone gates were all major events of the past. He could only make a hurried glance, couldn't truly see those important matters clearly. Without end, Immortal King's bell cracked apart, serving as the marking of the destruction and conclusion of the last great era. This left him shocked. He knew that this was a great era timeline. Only when that flame returned, entering Hao's body again, did he snap out of his daze. At the same time, a gate appeared, as well as a boundless city wall. It was situated there, overlooking the cosmos and starry skies. It really was too grand, towering before a sea of stars, suppressing the past, protecting the present, overlooking the future. It was unshakable, carrying rich immortal energy. Meanwhile, in reality, if one looked carefully, it was just a gateway. The city wall that was exposed looked incredibly vast, but comparatively speaking, it was just an extremely small portion. Immediately afterwards, the stone gates became brilliant and transparent. A few creatures appeared. Above the city gateway, there was even someone who spoke, the voice shaking up the universe. At the same time, regardless of whether it was the lightning spirits Sanzang, Shinming, or that Kuan Fry, they were all sent flying. Shua! Their expressions paled, clearly not in the best condition. If not for the woven mat shining, producing ripples that resisted that wall, protecting the lightning spirits, there would definitely be a huge problem. Could be said that Sanzang and Shinming enjoyed a share of the lightning spirits' benefits. They gave each other a look, and then they displayed heaven-reaching earth-moving divine abilities, continuously flying up, rushing to the highest point of the city gateway, and then looked forward. Sure enough, they saw some creatures. There were some young men and women whose bodies carried hazy light, releasing immortal energy, currently looking at them. They could see clearly that even though they were extremely young, eyes not carrying great changes, true youngsters, even still a bit immature, they were all extremely pretty and handsome. These were like exiled immortals. They came out together carrying young auras, standing there. Right now, what these individuals revealed were arrogant expressions. They looked down like aristocrats at beggars, from high up above. The immortal gates revived, the creatures inside appearing. Only, the youngsters on the immortal road fort were too arrogant, carrying indifferent expressions, as if they were high up above, overlooking every living being with apathy. They saw Hao, Sanzang, and the others. At first, they revealed shock, but soon afterwards, it changed to an only I am supreme confidence, a type of loftiness of not placing the creatures of the lower realms in their eyes. Even though later on, they did their best to appear gentle, even revealing faint smiles, their previous true thoughts couldn't be hidden, which was how much they looked down on outside creatures. Heh! Things are interesting now. Sanzang chuckled, only it was a bit cold. It wasn't revealed outwards, only there were some emotional fluctuations that were picked up by Hao. Shenming was also like this, carrying a smile, but it was definitely not sincere. They were golden undead knights, yet they were actually looked down on here, their eyes even carrying such contempt, looking down on them. This made both of them sneer inwardly. Regardless of whether it was Shenming or Sanzang, both of their statuses were special. Golden undead knights were extremely rare, related to burial kings. Together with the fact that they had entered burial abyss with Hao, seeing origin ancient artifact, obtaining that type of experience and encounter, they became even more extraordinary. Right now, the youngsters actually looked down on them like this, as if they were looking at beggars, regarding themselves as just that important. This clearly made the depths of the two great golden undead knights' eyes become cold. Hao didn't say anything, looking calmly at those people just like that. On the city wall, there were also a few soldiers covered in armor, hard to see what level they were at, but they were definitely powerful individuals. They held war lances, long blades, heavenly spears, and other weapons, all of them releasing terrifying killing intent. Even if there was a fort in the way with a barrier produced by symbols in between, it still passed through. Those young men and women, in terms of status alone, they were definitely far superior to those soldiers. One of them was dressed in golden robes, wearing a golden crown, full of a heroic aura, looking like he was just 20-something years old. His gaze was like lightning, passing by Hao and the others' bodies one by one. Behind him was a blazing golden sun that flickered with raging flames, as if it could ignite the heavens, impressive bearing intimidating. Hao suspected that this might be a golden crow, one who was superior to the species of the nine heavens, its bloodline several times richer than even the most pure-blooded species he had encountered so far. Sure enough, when one looked carefully, a golden crow could vaguely be made out from the golden blazing sun behind his head. This was an extremely terrifying and powerful youngster, body carrying immortal energy. Even though he wasn't a true immortal, his bloodline was definitely related to them. He was like a crown prince, possessing a type of dignified appearance, as well as a type of arrogance. When his eyes opened and closed, golden electrical radiance flickered about, fiery light overflowing. There was a woman by his side, beautiful beyond belief. Her silver hair was like snow, soft and shining. Her wonderful figure was curvy, face an oval shape, spotlessly white like jade. Her red lips were bright-colored, fine nose sticking out, eyes intelligent, actually having silver pupils. Behind her was a sacred diagram that was like a halo, but also like a spirit offering diagram. A white peacock was faintly discernible within the divine ring. Hao suspected that this young lady was most likely from the divine peacock clan. Status extremely high. Apart from this male and female, there were two other males and one more female, their statuses of similar level. Only, at this time, there was a mortal mist that swept over, making their figures a bit blurry. So these are Immortal Domain's youngsters? They really are quite scary, Cultivation's terrifying. Shenming said. Hao felt like she didn't want to give praise, but those youngsters' accomplishments really were terrifying. This was fact. It's actually lightning spirits, so many of them. A voice sounded from the giant city gate tower, carrying surprise. When those youngsters noticed the lightning spirits and their numbers, their expressions changed, no longer that calm. The lightning spirits gathered from all directions. When several hundred of them stood up, Now together, it really was too eye-catching. This type of creature was extremely rarely seen. For so many of them to gather together really was too uncommon. At the very least, this was the case in the world beyond, which was why the youngsters on the city gate were all moved. Jujo. The lightning spirits released strange noises, requesting for the opening of the gates. Their bodies were all tense, releasing dazzling divine lightning radiance from their entire bodies. Interesting, so many lightning spirits appeared at once. Was it you all who activated the city gate just now? That golden-robed male spoke up, the great sun behind his head shining. His voice was extremely grand, shaking up this place, but the words were too archaic, impossible to understand. The reason why they could understand his intentions was because his divine will spread out. Immortal Domain's gate couldn't be activated. This was how it was for a larger half of a great era, no one able to move it. Yet today, this gate shone, becoming almost transparent, completely an exception. Otherwise, no creatures would ever appear here. This was precisely the reason why Sanzang and Shenming were alarmed. Today was too strange. Open the city gates. This was what the lightning spirits were asking for. Their language was quite unique, the divine will fluctuations intense, expressing their request extremely clearly. You think we are going to open up just because you all tell us to? What kind of place do you treat this place as? Also, those mortals over there, do you all also want to enter Immortal Domain? The prince-like golden-robed male asked coldly. We have yearned for Immortal Domain for a long time, greatly desiring to enter, Sanzang said. It was unknown if this was his true intentions or insincere, speaking like this. Ha. On the city gate tower, another young man laughed loudly. His violet gold armor appeared, carrying dense immortal energy, figure tall and straight, long hair flying about. It was a bit blurry where he stood, but a wave of terrifying pressure could still be felt. This person was so young, yet his blood energy was too vigorous, exceeding normal reasoning. Immortal Domain has been closed, the connection between the two worlds severed. This isn't a place you all should have come to. Dragons have dragon nests, ants have ant caves. So know your place and remain in your lower realms. Stay where you all should be. Stop holding on to unrealistic delusions, the purple-robed young man said. He stood on top, overlooking the area below, speaking with an extremely cold voice. The meaning of the so-called ants had ant caves was just too obvious, an analogy for where Sanzang, Shihao, and the others should stay. Are immortals that strong? Is Immortal Domain the highest pure land? Sanzang laughed, a bit cold, and also a bit cruel, eyes deep and chilly. What are you trying to say? On the city gate tower, the purple-robed young man asked coldly. Even the golden crow, white peacock, and others focused their attention on Sanzang. Shihao stopped him to avoid him saying anything too sharp, because he had things to ask of Immortal Domain. Being able to find this place really was unexpected. He really wanted to ask for help. Shihao cupped his fists, extremely sincere, informing them of his identity, that he came from desolate border. He spoke things as they were. The other side came knocking on their doors again, bloodiness about to descend onto the 9 heavens 10 earths once more, the great earth about to be covered in flames. The people were in a terrible situation, so he wanted to ask Immortal Domain to take action, stop the other side's army from crossing over. Hey, they didn't break through yet, right? You can go back, these are things we already understand. The golden-robed male said. He had a smile on his face. It was extremely half-hearted, not looking like he cared that much at all. This immediately made Shihao's mind sink. Ever since they met, the individuals on the gateway were extremely arrogant, looking at them like dragons down on ants. Even though the youngsters on the gate tower were also smiling, moreover, even concealing their expressions a bit, anyone could sense the deep contempt, not treating the creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths as anyone important at all. This was completely different from what Shihao originally thought. So these were the reinforcements Imperial Pass cultivators were hoping for? The other side didn't care much about those outside at all. This was especially the case when Shihao thought back to Immortal Ancient Great Era's final battle. When Imperial Pass was broken through, the creatures of all clans almost eradicated, Immortal Domain's gates still didn't open. In the end, there were people who took action, but at that time, the 9 heavens 10 earths were already destroyed. Life practically completely eradicated. Only then did they appear, coming too late. You can go back, we have our own considerations, we will make our move when we should. We are aware of everything. The golden-robed youngster impatiently waved his hand. That type of expression, that type of attitude were too casual, an expression of disgust on his face. Right now, Shurehao's expression became cold, his eyes deep. He didn't say anything anymore. Previously, he still carried hope, but it was now this result. These were the so-called reinforcements Imperial Pass was waiting for? If not for holding himself back, Shuhao really wanted to slaughter his way up the gate tower. Then, the golden-robed young man looked towards the lightning spirits, saying, "Also you all, even though you all are special, are lightning spirits, you've all sunk into a ruined and corrupted world, so you cannot return. You all even brought back a dead person. Do you all want him to be buried in Immortal Domain? This is even more laughable. Just go back where you all came from." The golden-robed male spoke, waving his hand, full of loathing, as if he was chasing away flies. The lightning spirits were angered. Their tempers were quite great, extremely direct. They all got up, and then like divine arrows, were about to rush towards the city wall. "I am warning you all. If you dare attack Immortal Domain's gates, all of you will be slaughtered without exception." That purple-robed male spoke, voice cold. The lightning spirit scales unfolded, dragon patterns appearing. All of them infuriated, lightning surging, absolutely deafening. "Do you all want to be annihilated?" The golden-robed male walked up, voice cold. The lightning spirits didn't act too rashly, withdrawing to the woven mat, raising that person up, protecting him at the center. They activated the city gate, so they definitely have some keepsakes. We should take a careful look. Perhaps they truly can enter the city. At this time, the silver-haired exceptional beauty spoke up. Behind her, magical force condensed into resplendent brilliance, a white peacock faintly visible. "Oh la!" the lightning spirits uttered, as if they were making a sacrifice, releasing a grand sound, carrying great sadness. At this time, the chest of the one on the woven mat shone. His supreme treasure appeared once more, but it was still hard to see clearly. It flew out from the blood-soaked, tattered battle armor, rushing towards the stone gate. "Wait, that is—" the silver-haired woman cried out in alarm. Hong! The supreme treasure smashed into the stone gate, releasing blinding symbols. "Open the city gate!" Right at this time, a shout sounded from the city, the voice extremely aged. Regardless of whether it was the stone gates or the wall, they were both sparkling and translucent, revealing the scene behind. That wasn't a city. Within it, endless rivers and mountains. Immortal mist pervaded the air. The great earth boundless, mountains and valleys majestic, impossible to see its limits. As expected, this was a great world, the Immortal Domain. It was who knew how many times greater than the 9 heavens 10 earths. The youngsters on the fort were all shocked. At the same time, the stone gates opened up by someone. The lightning spirits raised the one on the woven mat, releasing sobs of grief as they entered Immortal Domain. Sanzang's pupils rapidly contracted, inwardly trembling. Immortal Domain's gates couldn't be opened at all, so why did they make an exception for a corpse? This was inconceivable. It was clear that that person had a tremendous past. "Are we going in?" Shenming said, asking Shuhao and Sanzang. As for the Kuan Fry, it had long mixed with the lightning spirits, entering, not being stopped. Shuhao took steps, walking forward. The 2 golden undead knights also followed. "Stop!" the golden-robed youngster shouted, stopping them. Then those youngsters appeared, stopping them. "They can enter, you all cannot," the golden-robed male said with a cold voice. The treatment they were given was different from the one on the woven mat. It was still that cold, looking down on Shuhao and Sanzang, as if they were prehistoric legendary giant dragons floating in the heavens, overlooking the insects on the earth, carrying arrogance and disdain. It was to the extent where there was a bit of hard-to-explain disgust. This type of attitude, this type of expression, really made Sure Hao's mind become cold. There was a wave of hot blood that surged within his body. Wasn't this just immortal domain? Yet they actually looked down on the creatures of the outside world this much. Sanzang's expression fell, his long golden hair and handsome face seemingly becoming a bit dimmer, the divine aura restrained. He was now angered. As for Shenming, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman, her beauty able to topple cities. When had she ever been looked down upon like this? Her beautiful eyes flickered about, releasing penetrating divine radiance, her red hair moving like a flame. However, one could see that the golden-robed male still viewed Shenming in a favorable light, because she was extremely beautiful, her curves wonderful, body exquisite, face fine to the extreme. Even though she was a golden undead knight, she was like a fallen goddess, having a type of beauty that could overturn all life. Even Immortal Domain's young man revealed a different expression when he saw her. Immortal Domain is a world shared by cultivators. It does not belong to a single clan, a single community. Why are we not allowed to enter? Sure Hao asked. He endured his rage. Even though his words were calm, they carried a wave of coldness. Since the other party didn't care about face at all, what was the point in showing any more politeness? There was no need to express goodwill at all. You are wrong, Immortal Domain is our world, our clan's pure land. As for you all, you do not have the qualifications to step foot in here. This place has nothing to do with you all, the golden-robed male said, carrying arrogance. He was extremely direct, not hiding anything, expressing that Immortal Domain was theirs, did not belong to the outside world. It had nothing to do with the cultivators of other places. It truly is laughable. Immortal Domain is a holy land for achieving immortality, the place of gathering for powerful individuals, the destination of people throughout time after they ascend to immortality. How did it end up becoming yours? Sanzang said coldly, no longer holding back. He came from Burial Earth. In that place, the Burial Kings had venerable statuses, not fearing immortal kings at all. What right did these youngsters have to look down on golden undead knights? Laughable. After the connection was severed, what mortals can still enter Immortal Domain? This has long become public knowledge. Even if one achieves immortality, wishing to enter Immortal Domain, one must be in the correct time and place, wait for a long time for the chance. What a pity. Now isn't the right time. So all of you, please return. The golden-robed male said coldly. The others didn't say anything, but the expressions of the one in the purple armor and the others were cold, clearly agreeing with this saying. The silver-haired exceptional beauty found it a bit hard to hold back, opening her mouth, wishing to say something, but in the end, she still closed her bright red lips. Meanwhile, the white peacock in the divine ring behind her also closed its eyes. Immortal Domain is boundless, terrifying experts secluded within. This is also the place where the mysteries of the heavens are hidden, mysteries not even the powers behind you all can completely understand. What right do you all have to believe yourselves infallible, saying that this is your immortal earth? Shenming asked. Young miss, your thoughts are too naive. This Immortal Domain's territory is indeed endless, but that doesn't mean we can just rashly let outsiders in. At the very least, within the territories that are known, the great immortal elders' wills are unanimous, long-reaching agreement. The golden-robed male said. Behind him, the great sun was as tall as himself, extremely dazzling, a golden crow rising and falling inside, carrying an intimidating aura. It was as if a monarch could vaguely be seen. It was clear that this clan was extremely powerful. The golden crow projection he released was the divine ancestral image of his clan. At the same time, his attitude to Shenming was clearly better than that to Sure Hao and Sanzang. This was the inherent advantage of a country-toppling beauty. However, Shenming didn't feel grateful in the slightest, her expression cold. The golden crow prince-like young man's words with the golden undead knights revealed some shocking information. At the very least, Sure Hao didn't know it before. Immortal Domain was vast and boundless, not even the residents knowing its limits. Within it hidden many ancient mysteries. This really was unexpected information that made Sure Hao's imagination go wild. According to the golden undead knight's words with the golden crow young man, Immortal domain was full of all types of unknown. For example, the mysterious clans that resided inside, countless experts secluded within danger spots, and others. One could imagine in the depths of the boundless immortal domain, there were many things not even the creatures inside immortal domain knew about. Xianxia began to wonder, those so-called hidden creatures and others, were they from other great eras? He couldn't think too much about it. If he did, then things became extremely complicated. Right now, this wasn't what Xianxia could consider yet. You all really are something, severing connection with the outside world, cutting off our path forward. This alone is a type of huge harm. The land all cultivators need to achieve immortality. The world that belongs to immortal Tao ended up being occupied by you all alone. Yet you all just sit there while the outside world is in trouble, watch as blood flows like rivers. Just how wrong of a matter is this? Xianxia said. The outside world has already been tainted. If we allow all creatures inside, it will bring an unimaginable disaster. That silver-haired woman released a light sigh, her beautiful pupils carrying a disturbed expression, which was why she explained. White peacock fairy, you do not need to tell them these things. The young man dressed in purple armor said, stopping her. Moreover, his eyes were like lightning, staring outwards, taking precautions against Xianxia's people, fearing that they would learn any more. Tainted he! Ha! Sanzang roared with laughter. What are you laughing at? One of them berated. It's hilarious. You all feel that immortal domain is extremely noble and unsullied, that the outside world is tainted? Then do you all know how you all appeared? Where you all came from? Sanzang laughed coldly. You all don't understand anything. Know nothing. Do not try to deliberately make things complicated in front of us. We know far more than you all. Clearly understand everything. The Golden Crow clan's young man said, his eyes carrying disgust. He waved his hand, as if he was scared of truly being contaminated. Hurry and get out of my sight. This place needs to be purified later, so your filth doesn't dirty the immortal gateway. He then said, extremely repulsed, frowning towards the area where Xianxia, Sanzang and the others stood, as if that place was extremely dirty. This made Xianxia, Sanzang, and Xunming's expressions completely change, veins throbbing on their foreheads. This really was looking down on others too much, actually chasing them away like this. With their statuses, no matter where they went, they would be regarded as the pride of heaven, praised by others, yet here they were treated like this. The lightning spirits had already left into the distance, carrying the individual on the woven mat into immortal domain. Along the way, they were surrounded by a sphere of immortal light, clearly being purified. Immortal domain's people were extremely careful, scared that the creatures who entered weren't clean, that they carried strange substance in with them. There were several exceptional creatures surrounded in immortal light who appeared, personally guiding them. The lightning spirits disappeared, brought away. Even the Kuan Fry followed them. Now, only 3 human form creatures, Xianxia, Sanzang, and Xunming, were stopped here. It was clear and easy to see that the youngsters before the immortal gate were opposing them, that they definitely wouldn't easily let them in. It was because just now they looked down on the lightning spirits, yet in the end the corpse on the woven mat shone, having astonishing origins, causing the stone gates to tremble, eventually even allowed in, this causing them to lose face. The ones who were previously mocked and shown contempt ended up being let through. From past to now, how many times has the immortal gate opened? Especially in recent years. For you all to see the stone gate and witness its opening can already be considered a great blessing. Hurry and leave. One of them spoke. Indeed, immortal domain was mysterious, couldn't be approached, no way of entering inside. After its connection with the rest of the world was cut off, unless these gates were opened, no one could ascend into this world. Right now, being able to witness these doors open, if news were sent out, this would naturally be a grand occasion, incredibly shocking. It might very well be regarded as one of the most astonishing events of this great era, be recorded in the annals of history. However, these immortal domain young outstanding talents' attitudes really weren't that good, making it hard for one to endure. Originally, this was a great event worth being excited over, but now, after the immortal gates were opened, it instead left Xianxia, Sanzang and Xunming resentful, actually being looked down on like this. For golden undead knights, this was humiliation, something that couldn't be accepted. Just an immortal domain, it isn't even a place everyone wants to enter. You all treat it like a holy land, but it is nothing more than being pretentious, nothing that's special. Shenming said, "Isn't it just immortal domain? It's nothing more than this. If you all were in the outside world, who knows, you might have long become food for other clans." Sanzang was even more impolite. "You all actually look down on immortal domain. Do you think with your bit of skill, you can boast shamelessly here?" The youngster in purple armor shouted. It's been many years already since immortal domain displayed its might to the outside world. It just so happens that I have some interest in testing things out a bit. See just how weak the creatures of the outside world are now. Understand this better." The Golden Crow clan youngster smiled. His golden robes fluttered about as he took a step forward. "The creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths, please step up. Let me see just how your cultivations really are," he said, looking down on Hao and Sanzang. Sanzang originally wanted to take action, but this person wanted to test out the cultivator from the 9 heavens. This produced a rather profound smile on the corners of his lips. He gave Hao a look, because he knew just how savage this young human race was. He didn't know what would happen after he makes contact with immortal domain's creatures. Hao walked over with a cold expression. However, his face was quite delicate and pretty. Right now, black hair flew about, making his grave and stern expression carry a transcendent and aloof feeling. "So young." The golden-robed male narrowed his eyes, golden pupils shooting out 2 streaks of lightning-like radiance. His eyes narrowed, discovering that Hao's age really was young, his outer appearance matching his true age. Hao didn't say anything, just coldly looking at him. In reality, he wanted to take action quite a while ago, wishing to size them up even more than the other side did. Now that there was a chance, he naturally didn't wish to let it go. "I am not the type to bully others either. One blow at the peak of self-severing realm, if you can take it, then you all can leave," the golden-robed youngster said, looking at Hao. "Is there anything you want to say?" He looked down at Hao, asking like this. His meaning was, if he couldn't take it, then they could change the conditions, making him look more and more arrogant, looking down on the creatures of the lower realm. "Why don't you go back and borrow a supreme treasure from your elders first to protect yourself? Otherwise, I'm scared that I might accidentally hurt you." Hao was naturally angered as well. When he was speaking, even though he didn't show his anger, he didn't give an inch. "What did you say?" The Golden Crow clan youngster's sharp brows stood on end, divine pupils releasing golden radiance. He really was angry. An individual from the lower realm actually dared to speak to him like this. "I said, I was scared that you might be hurt, and then at that time all types of disturbance will be stirred. Your family's great one might come looking for me to settle things." Hao spoke, not too harshly or too weakly. "Heh, haha. This is the first time someone spoke to me like this. Good. I really want to see what kind of skills you have for you to dare act this crazy. Don't worry, if I really lose or become injured, Immortal Domain's people won't bicker with you. You do not need to worry," the Golden Crow clan's youngster said. "Now that you said this, I really do feel much better. I don't even have to worry about your family's great one bothering me after I hurt you. Also, if I defeat you, can we enter Immortal Domain?" Hao asked. On the other side, the faces of those youngsters were extremely ugly. This delicate and pretty young man spoke so indifferently. That type of tone really was hard to endure. They were normally high up above, extremely arrogant, yet in the end, this fella before their eyes was actually even more brash than them, full of confidence, speaking in such an easygoing manner, as if he could easily hurt the Golden Crow clan youngster. In these people's eyes, this really was too arrogant. "Come then." Hao made a beckoning motion, appearing more and more irreverent, acting this frivolous, even beckoning for the other side to come. This made veins appear on the golden-robed male's forehead. In the Golden Crow clan youngster's opinion, this human race cultivator really was too unbridled. Who dared look down on immortal blood descendants? Every one of them had heaven-warping aptitudes, immortal blood flowing through their bodies. Who? Great winds roared about. That golden-robed male walked over, as if a vicious bird spread its wings, descending from above, bring forth waves of powerful winds, making even great mountains about to fly out. The golden-robed youngster was just this threatening, clearly walking forward, but it was as if a pair of heaven-reaching vicious bird wings were moving, about to destroy the mountains, rivers, and all things. Extremely strong, Shinming commented. Make your move, the Golden Crow clan youngster said. He stared at Sure How, expression serious, pupils releasing divine radiance, golden light hacking out like streaks of lightning. Jin Yang, be careful. Even though you are sizing up someone of the lower realm, do not act carelessly. Someone warned from the back. However, these words were full of overconfidence, a natural superiority sense to the creatures of the lower realm. Even though it was a reminder, one could still feel the arrogance. Heh, Sanzang laughed. He watched things play out from the sidelines. I know what is appropriate. Immortal domains might hasn't been displayed for many years. Perhaps the creatures of the outside world have already forgotten how powerful it is. We overlook the worlds below. Today is a good opportunity to inform the clans of the lower realm that the dignity of immortal domain cannot be provoked. Jin Yang said. A golden crow vaguely appeared behind him, his robes fluttering about. He carried a terrifying aura, entire body surging with golden radiance, as if a raging flame was burning. Upon closer inspection, those were all symbols constructed from divine order. Hong, a large sun emerged behind him, even taller than himself, surrounding him within. Moreover, there was a golden crow cry that sounded, shaking the heavens. In the back, Shinming was moved. This golden crow really was strong. In the cultivation realm, he revealed, he could be considered a world-shocking figure. Sure How produced a serious expression, not daring to be careless, facing the other side seriously. Even though immortal domain and the lower realm's language was different, they could still communicate through divine will, able to understand the other side's intentions. The cultivation this golden crow displayed clearly matched what he wanted to express, matching the peak of self-severing realm of the lower realms. Magical force surged, shocking and intimidating. Those fluctuations were too intense. One could see magma-like liquid surge in its surroundings, waves striking the heavens. Those were Flame Dao power, the Golden Crow clan's innate divine ability. Sure How attacked, not hesitating, immediately releasing a fist. It looked simple, but it contained many types of profound mysteries, not wishing to lose because of carelessness. Turning the complex into something simple, one fist's power shaking heaven and moving earth. With a Hong noise, this place erupted with endless streaks of divine radiance. Every single streak of divine light was a streak of law symbols, within it Kuan Peng symbols and Reincarnation fists bone texts, all of it interwoven together, the divine might world-shaking. Without a doubt, under this fist, forget about an expert at the same level, not even someone at the late stage of self-release realm could receive it, the power too great. However, the young man on the other side stopped it. This really was shocking. The Golden Crow clan prince-like youngster's arms interweaved, entire body erupting with endless light, displaying a world-shaking great divine ability. Immortal domain had inconceivable existences residing within, every single one of them ridiculously strong, terrifyingly great. This was especially the case with the ancestral blood flowing within their bodies, making them immortal descendants, which was even more terrifying. Jin Yang, even though what he displayed was magical force at the self-severing realm, it was far stronger than normal self-release realm cultivator's strength. Just like how Sure How could fight the strong as the weak, cross realms and fight against self-release realm great cultivators, this Golden Crow clan youngster could similarly accomplish this. Divine chains appeared one after another, falling from above Jin Yang's head, emerging in his surroundings. There were thousands of them, all of these natural laws, the initial forms of immortal Tao order. He was extremely divine, bathed in fiery light, controlling order. Those divine chains released metallic radiance, shooting outwards, flying at Sure How. This was extremely shocking. Not only did these chains protect him firmly within, They also attacked outwards, one divine chain, one type of imprint, the laws heaven-defying. Immortal realm scriptures. Sanzang said quietly, gaze like lightning, watching carefully. Yang naturally didn't act carelessly, immediately displaying an amazing technique recorded in Immortal Tao ancient scriptures, engraving many laws on his golden feathers, forming divine chains. Moreover, this was using the soft to trump the rigid, using the divine chains to bind Shihao's ferocious fist imprint. Seal! Yang shouted, all of the iron chain-like symbols flickering about, the divine light of order tangling about Shihao's fist, not only about to seal his divine abilities, but also wishing to suppress him as a whole. Immortal Tao scriptures, the extreme knowledge stored within, had endless uses. These creatures with immortal blood flowing through them had profound Tao foundations. The skills they learned far exceeded others' imagination. It could be said that the scriptures' miraculous methods and others far surpassed those of the outside worlds. This strike looked like a single move, but it actually carried endless transformations. Thousands of divine chains had thousands of symbols on them. This was an astonishing divine ability, known as a wondrous technique. Shihao's expression was serious. He obviously wouldn't treat this individual as a normal creature. His fists shone, moving fiercely. At this moment, his body's reincarnation symbols also flickered about, activating. He also discovered that the other party's divine chains contained many profound meanings of different clans. Exceptionally terrifying. Hong! Immediately afterwards, Shihao's fist shone. Hundreds to thousands of streaks of divine radiance rushed out. Those were natural laws that were burning bone texts that appeared, surging violently. With reincarnation symbols as the root, using this to ignite Kuan Peng power, burn lightning emperor's electricity. Bone texts interweaved, resonating, releasing tremendous divine might. Sure enough, the bone texts burned. After intertwining, astonishing streaks of light were released, breaking free from the restrictions of the divine chains, moreover breaking quite a few of them. Touches upon time? Yang was shocked. It was because once one grasped some of the domain of time, this type of opponent would be extremely difficult to deal with. Hong! Shihao's fist smashed out. Its magical force, at this cultivation realm, could be called unequaled. This strike made those immortal domain youngsters' expressions all change. None of them expected a lower realm youngster to actually be this terrifying. In the void, golden divine feathers flew about. Some of the divine chain's imprints disappeared, turning into feathers. A golden rain of light scattered down. The scene magnificent and gorgeous. Hong Long. The two young experts were both shaken, both sides withdrawing. Without a doubt, ending the battle with one strike, like Yang said, was impossible. He couldn't do anything to his opponent. In the back, the white peacock fairy, purple-armored young man, and the other two individuals were moved, revealing strange expressions. Brilliant light flickered between their eyes. This result was outside of their prediction. No good, your so-called one strike couldn't take down someone like me from a declined, tainted lower realms, a human race cultivator. Wanna try a few more times? Shihao asked in an extremely carefree manner. Ha ha! Yang laughed, only it was a bit cold. After Shihao spoke, he decisively nodded, moreover taking action. In the back, Xinming revealed an expression of shock. This Golden Crow clan expert's skin was clearly not thin, heart also extremely fierce, not bound by his own words. This decisive, thick-skinned and black-hearted. This was a vicious person, making the firm resolution to make Shihao look bad, have him pay the price in blood. Hong! A great golden sun surged, burning the heavens, becoming larger and larger, more and more resplendent. Inside of it was a terrifying golden divine bird. At this time, it released a cry, shaking the heavens. Then, that great golden sun exploded, endless flames overflowing. Thousands and tens of thousands of symbols covered everything, forming a vicious golden immortal bird. It was large beyond compare, opening its beak towards Shihao. Golden Crow's magical projection. This vicious bird really was too big. Its wings moved, moving across the universe, just a casual strike able to knock down the moon. Every single golden feather was just as heavy as a mountain peak, just as long. That was why when it opened its mouth, it was simply about to swallow the heaven and earth. Shurhao felt a huge suction force locking him down, about to be sucked into the golden crow's mouth. Hong Long. A Kuan Peng appeared behind him without hesitation. On its vigorous and brilliant body, many black patterns appeared, its wings spreading in the skies. Peng! The feathers were in disarray, divine force boundless, feathers covering the sky. Two terrifying vicious birds smashed into each other, releasing a sky-splitting noise. This wasn't a clash of the two young experts' bodies, but rather a face-off of projections. It was an extremely miserable scene, immortal bird blood scattering down, as well as giant feathers fluttering about. This place was torn apart, crushed, terrifying beyond compare. The lower realms can also foster this level of exceptional individual. He is so young. How did he quickly grow to his level today in that impoverished land that lacks essence energy? The white peacock fairy's eyes sparkled about, releasing blazing radiance. Shurhao's display left all of those immortal domain youngsters shocked. Still isn't enough, still can't subdue me. Maybe take a second to think if you have any other restricted extreme arts. Shurhao spoke, his expression still rather calm. However, in Jin Yang's ears, this was undoubtedly like adding oil to a flame, igniting his fighting spirit and rage. Dong! It was as if a prehistoric divine mountain was shifting, shaking heaven and earth. A volcano appeared above Jin Yang. It was grayish-brown in color, giant beyond compare, the simple and unadorned appearance carrying a terrifying aura. The volcano split open, streak after streak of magma flowing out. The projection of that ancient volcano that could burn down true immortals? Even immortal domain's youngsters revealed looks of amazement. Jin Yang actually directly used this move. Shurhao's arms moved, streak after streak of clear light rushing out of his body. The sea of reincarnation shone, suddenly erupting, releasing his body as a seed power. Hong! At this moment, the volcano and clear light smashed together, releasing endless power, completely drowning this place. The divine might was boundless, reaching far into the distance. In the end, the two sides stood facing each other. Shurhao had some blood-soaked golden feathers between his fingers, still rather calm, saying, "Still no good." Again, this left everyone shocked. The Golden Crow clan young cultivator was injured, wounded by the lower realms creature instead. This was something completely unimaginable. However, Shurhao didn't act carelessly. Only he knew what kind of intense battle happened just now. Even though each time it was only one blow, it was greater than hundreds or thousands of moves, incomparably dangerous. This was a descendant with immortal blood flowing through his veins. Indeed terrifying, a dangerous figure. Heaven-swallowing, immortal burning art. Jin Yang roared. His entire body erupted with golden streaks of light. Golden feathers floated one after another, soaked in blood. He released killing intent, now displaying a restricted wondrous technique. Shurhao wanted to use the Six Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art to support several types of precious techniques, carry out one final exchange. However, at this time he stopped, because the third type of supreme being bone text flickered within his body, the blood in his chest and radiance both surging. It was clear that the bone text within his body were stimulated by the external pressure, about to activate on its own once more. Qi. Moreover, with his finger as the sword, he directly stabbed outwards, not taking any time to charge power, directly releasing heaven-reaching light. Pooh! Immortal light flickered. Golden blood splashed high into the air. Golden blood. It was extremely striking, rushing high into the sky, forming a great expanse. Every single drop was just that glaring, as if gold was melted and poured over the sky. This was golden crow blood. The so-called golden crow had 3 feet, a crow that had gold-like feathers. Its ancestor's bloodline was known as an innate immortal bird, its power incomparably great. Jin Yang was wounded. The people inside Immortal Gate were alarmed. never expecting to see Golden Crow blood splash across the sky. The Golden Crow clan's youngster was seriously injured. One had to understand that the heaven-swallowing immortal burning art was a well-known immortal Dao technique, its power great. Once it was used, the four seas would be burned through, the heavens covered in fiery light, the temperature so high it could refine true immortals to death. It was just like its name claimed, not fabricated, known to be one of the extreme arts. However, Xianxia lost, suffering greatly. One could see blood dripping from his shoulder, a horrifying wound appearing that even exposed golden bones. His shoulder almost cut off. It isn't that the heaven-swallowing immortal burning art isn't strong enough, but rather that it was interrupted. Xianxia didn't have time to completely display it. This lower realm person is extremely formidable, the youngster in the violet gold armor said. The mist covering his face disappeared, revealing his true appearance. His long eyebrows reached into his temples, giving him a type of intimidating heroic aura. Xianxia was actually almost killed. The wound was extremely long, blood dripping down. It really was horrifying. The glorious immortal domain youngster was actually in such a defensive state. The white peacock fairy produced a jade bottle, inside of it a drop of sweet dew-like liquid. It was a faint green color, sparkling and shining, having Xianxia smear it over his wounds. However, he refused. Xianxia stood his place, coldly staring at Xianxia. Golden flames burned within his pupils, moreover rushing out of his eyes, burning down the void. This scene was extremely terrifying. The world was even shaking. Behind him, a giant golden crow appeared, raising its head and roaring. It wasn't like an immortal bird, but instead like a vicious beast, shaking up the world. Xianxia found it a bit hard to understand how this young man before him suddenly erupted with horrifying viciousness. In that instant, he actually released magical force that was several times stronger than before. Just now, when he was activating the heaven-swallowing immortal burning art, he was still in the charging phase, but the other party instantly displayed such terrifying magical force. This didn't match normal reasoning. It was because the power was too great. The greater the destructive power, the less likely it could be activated instantaneously. There had to be an activation process, needing to transfer all of one's Dao skills. Like this type of increasing one's strength several times, and then erupting in a single moment to defeat the enemy. Anyone would become horrified upon seeing this. For the enemy, this was completely a situation of despair. For Xianxia to be able to survive was truly a miracle. When the enemy's attack arrived, the power increased greatly, extremely terrifying. It was as if several individuals exerted force together. If this wasn't a fatal move, then it was very close. This was especially the case when all of this happened in an instant. So this is the top young expert of the lower realm? You are indeed quite strong, quite extraordinary. I admit that I seriously underestimated you. Xianxia spoke. He was thinking, sizing up Xianxia. He opened his golden crow heavenly eyes. A vertical eye appeared between his brows. When it opened and closed, divine radiance flickered, golden light surging. You should be the lower realm's strongest human youngster, right? Xianxia asked. He had reason to believe this. There was no way any random human could kill him. You are overthinking. There are quite a few experts in the lower realm. I haven't encountered all of them yet. Who can say for sure? Xianxia was extremely humble, but in reality, it was to deliberately knock down the other side a notch. Heh. Xianxia laughed, carrying cold intent, as well as a wave of killing intent. He didn't admit that he was completely defeated. That heaven-swallowing, immortal burning art wasn't even displayed. So how could he accept this? Xianxia looked at him and said, "What other methods do you have? Do you have any legendary matchless immortal technique? Why don't you let me take a look?" He wasn't crazy, but rather really wanted to size up Immortal Domain's backing, see just how powerful they really were, what kind of uncirculated techniques and arts they had. He believed that from this young expert, he could see a small corner of the bigger scheme, thus allowing him to make some comparative judgments. Right now, Xianxia was definitely tyrannical. The blood by his chest shone, burning like a small sun, producing densely packed bone texts. He could transfer his power as he wished, able to instantly release another attack. Golden Crow burned the heavens. Jingyang roared. His entire body surged, as if it was going to explode. A bit of golden blood spilled out from his skin, making him look like he was cast from gold. He was scared that Xianxia would release a world-shocking attack again, not willing to give him the chance to use the heaven-swallowing immortal burning art, so he didn't hesitate to use his body's essence blood, instantly complete the attack. Hong! It was too terrifying. Golden Crow blood was ignited, the heaven-swallowing immortal burning art displaying its might. Right now, the heavens were burned, raging flames surging, as if it really was going to burn down this great world. It was rumored that there was an era when the Golden Crow's most powerful expert burned down a great realm, ignited the heavens. It was unknown just how many world-shocking experts were killed, crushing the world under the sky. This was part of the heaven-swallowing immortal burning art's legend, horrifying without end. Right now, that prehistoric divine legend seemed like it was going to become reality, as if this technique was going to confirm it. Fiery light overflowed, the sky dome splitting to pieces, turned into magma. To burn all, this was precisely the heaven-swallowing immortal burning art. It surrounded even heaven and earth, burning away this world itself. Only even though he released this attack, Xianxia stopped it. By his abdomen, the sea of reincarnation surged. All types of gates opened together, producing a barrier of light. This was a sphere that had yin and yang forces, as well as lightning interweaving, protecting it at the center. Perfectly round as if made by heaven, a world of its own. The sea of reincarnation shone, life and death auras spreading at the same time, having an impervious to all methods power. This was only momentary, but for Xianxia it was enough. He deeply experienced the other various parts of the other side's wondrous technique, the incomparable power of the immortal technique. He was taking risks with his own body, trying things out, wishing to see just how formidable Immortal Domain's most powerful technique was, moreover sensing the other side's great Tao profoundness and extraordinary parts. Immediately afterwards, Xianxia erupted with power, still a simple strike. His arm shone, finger like a blade hacking out just like that. The fiery light that filled the heavens was split open. The flames that could burn the heavens, refine the highest cultivation realms, ignite immortal spirits became dim, overwhelmed by a mysterious power, gradually going out. Breaking through a technique with force? In the distance, the white peacock fairy and the others were moved, seeing through Xianxia's methods. The various divine abilities and techniques were broken with brute force. When power was great to a certain point, even the most mysterious secret techniques could be broken through, all methods destroyed. Pooh! This time, Jin Yang's arm was hacked into, almost falling off. A large piece of flesh fell off, extremely terrifying. Pong! When the flesh landed on the ground, it immediately turned into a part of the Golden Crow, a part of the wings. Golden feathers appeared, golden blood flowing. It was clear that Xianxia's attack carried quite the technique, not killing the opponent, instead just used to cut off a piece of meat. After all, in this immortal domain, if he really dealt the killing blow, he believed there would be old fellas who would appear. At that time, it would be a disaster. Ah! Jin Yang released a low roar. Pain was secondary, the main reason was because he was defeated again. He was unwilling, didn't want to accept this result. In the back, the group of people were first shocked, and then they were dumbfounded, their faces stupefied. It was because they discovered that the young man's movements were smooth, swiftly rushing up and putting away that giant piece of golden crow meat. After collecting the golden blood and preserving the complete golden feathers, he even more so efficiently dealt with that meat. Then he put it away, collecting it in a pouch. You? Jin Yang was so angered his face fell. What were this young man's intentions? This was completely the way a hunter acted. Was he viewed as prey? In Immortal Domain, who dared to act in such an unrestrained manner, view the Golden Crow clan as food? Xianxia patted his forehead, saying, I apologize, I forgot. This is a mortal realm, not the lower realms. You all don't know just how barren the outside world is, how lacking in spiritual essence it is, the resources limited. When we encounter immortal birds and vicious beasts, if there are some gains, we definitely wouldn't waste anything. I acted out of habit, forgetting that this wasn't the lower realm. And do you still want it? Do you want me to give it back? Jin Yang opened his mouth, about to erupt in fury, veins about to pop on his forehead. Only, could he really open his mouth to ask for it back? There was no way. In the end, he could only release a cold snort, his face sunken. I know, with your Golden Crow clan's terrifying recovering abilities, that broken arm can instantly heal, let alone this kind of small injury, Xianxia said. He didn't have any intention of returning it, laughing insincerely as he walked over. In the back, the youngster who wore violet gold armor, white peacock fairy, and others all looked at each other in dismay. This fella really was going to take away a piece of Golden Crow meat? He treated it as food. It really was extremely daring. I admit that you are strong, but after behaving so atrociously in my immortal domain, displaying your savage nature, humiliating my Golden Crow clan, I want to fight you to the end, Jin Yang said. In the end, he still couldn't accept it, still feeling extremely sullen. He was suppressed again and again by the other side, this feeling really too terrible. This was but a creature of the lower realms, even previously looked down on by him. Yet in the end, he lost to this person. Ha! Xianxia laughed. He had never looked down on the other side, because after clashing several times, every single move was greater than a great decisive clash of over 1,000 moves. Extremely dangerous. A single bit of carelessness and he might lose his life. This was a powerful individual, an extremely powerful Golden Crow. When the Golden Crow cries, "Emperors fall in time," the Golden Crow roared. This time, his aura became even more terrifying. Endless golden blood energy rushed out from the crown of his head, shooting out, erupting with auspicious multicolored light, as if a hazy ancient world was forming, about to surround this place. Golden Crow burned the heavens. This was one form of the heaven-swallowing immortal burning art, a killing move. Meanwhile now, the so-called Emperor's Fall in Time was the restricted secret technique, an unmatched ancient method that was powerful beyond compare. It was rumored that in that unknown age, there were emperors who fell, accompanied by the cries of golden crows, cries of sorrow and grief filling heaven and earth. In a daze, this place became indistinct, the world becoming dim, as if they returned to those times. This technique was extremely terrifying, posing a threat to him. He had to go all out against it, face it seriously. Jin Yang, stop. Right at this time, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from the distance. Moreover, a streak of flowing light rushed over, piercing through this ancient realm, neutralizing the Emperor's Fall in Time irregular scene. Uncle! Jin Yang cried out. Your Dao skills are lacking, unable to support Emperor's Fall in Time at all. Forcefully activating it will harm yourself. Just accept your loss. That middle-aged man's voice sounded. This first great battle ended just like that. That middle-aged man left into the distance, not coming over. This place immediately became a bit quiet. Jin Yang's face was extremely cold. Scenes of a golden crow spreading its wings and splitting the skies appearing. He really wanted to let loose, but he couldn't. It was precisely like his uncle said. Emperor's Fall in Time was too powerful. He was not powerful enough to activate it. If he really did forcefully display it, it would most likely affect his foundation. The eras when emperors fell, just what kind of times were those? The powerful expressions would even change whenever it was mentioned in immortal domain, leaving them with a frightened feeling. Meanwhile, as a move that had a name related to these times, it was naturally terrifying, possessing extreme power. The white peacock fairy gathered her hair, the first one to walk over from the back. She looked at Xianxia, eyes swirling with brilliance, carrying curiosity, as well as an expression of wanting to know more. For immortal domains creatures, the lower realms lagged behind, the spiritual essence lacking. This was especially the case for this era. Resources dried up. Normally shouldn't be any way this type of young expert could appear. The most important thing was that that place was tainted, having inauspicious karma, will be destroyed sooner or later. In their opinion, there was no way that barren place could produce such great seeds. However, Huang was just that domineering, directly teaching them a lesson. Those people walked over. They stared at Hao, wishing to see through his secrets. The one who felt the worst was naturally Jin Yang. Previously, his words really were overbearing. Yet in the end, he suffered such a miserable defeat. His immortal Tao symbols blasted through by someone from the lower realms. He was really unwilling. He grasped true immortal arts. So why couldn't he defeat a wild brat from an impoverished place lacking in spiritual energy? If his own aptitude was bad, then that was one thing, but he was someone praised to have heaven-warping aptitude, an extremely well-known young expert in the Golden Crow clan. The battle ended like this, leaving him ashamed and resentful. He stared at Hao, eyes releasing flames. After that fella put away his flesh, he actually wiped away saliva. What was the meaning of this? Don't tell me that human really was going to eat it? Hee hee. Ha ha. Sanzang roared with laughter. Now that the battle ended, he walked over, congratulating Hao without holding back at all. Your cultivation is making more and more progress. Magical force vigorous. Worthy of being the ever-victorious young outstanding talent. Shenming also laughed. Her red hair scattered about, skin pure white. Her large eyes were intelligent, curves wonderful. Every move she made displayed captivating charm. Regardless, the three of them came together, so right now they naturally stood together. This Tao brother is extraordinary after all. In the lower realm where there is such a lack of resources, lacking top-level paths of enlightenment, you could still cultivate to this step. It really is amazing. The white peacock said. The others didn't say anything, but at the very least they didn't become hostile. For them to acknowledge this result was already quite the rare thing. Hao smiled, not saying much, only nodding his head in greeting. What is the inside of Immortal Domain really like? Shenming spoke up. Hao was looking at the other side right now, still not saying anything. It was because before they had long agreed that if he won over the Golden Crow clan young expert, then he could enter Immortal Domain. This place was silent, those people not saying anything. Jin Yang's face was green and pale, momentarily stuck in an awkward situation. He had never thought that he would lose, which was why he agreed so magnanimously, agreeing to Hao's demands. Now, what was he supposed to do? What kind of place was Immortal Domain? It wasn't open to the outside world at all, long isolated from the outside. The lightning spirits could enter because the origins of the one they carried were too astonishing, moreover having a keepsake, so the gates must be opened. They couldn't just refuse them. Now, the three youngsters also wanted to enter this. Jin Yang was stupefied, a bit at a loss. Just show them around for a bit. Within the depths of the stone gates, a sigh sounded, still that middle-aged man. He didn't truly leave into the distance. Fine. Jin Yang braced himself and agreed. That middle-aged man's strength was great. A heaven-warping figure from the Golden Crow clan. Since he said this, then he had no choice but to agree. Of course, the problem was provoked by himself. Jin Yang was now wondering if he would be punished by his clansmen later. The white peacock fairy, purple-clothed male and others led the way with Jin Yang, walking forward. This was quite strange. In a time when Immortal Domain was separated from the outside world, there were actually people who successfully entered it. This was nothing short of a miracle. It was because even if one achieved immortality, they still couldn't enter this place in this era. The city gates were extremely massive, even the gateway shockingly grand. When walking here, it seemed endless, majestic to the point of disbelief. The stone ground was grayish-brown, the road level, stretching out as if there was no limit. Fortunately, they all had great divine abilities, or else if an ordinary person walked here, heaven knew how many years and months they would walk for. Earth to inches, flickering light and passing shadows. Soon afterwards, they rushed past this giant city gate path, entering the boundless world. This was Immortal Domain, stretching as far as the eye could see. The mountains and rivers were majestic, scenery beautiful, the spiritual essence rich to the point where it could condense into rivers. There were giant mountains that towered into the sky dome, horrifyingly great. They were completely bare, made of stone material, but they were filled with chaotic energy, not releasing immortal Tao essence. There were rivers that flowed in the skies, accompanied by some creatures. There were also rich and vibrant colors, immortal energy scattering down. Hao was stunned the moment he entered. This really was a cultivation holy land that surpassed the outside world, worthy of being the place where true immortals resided. Even stones had spirituality here, having some that actually moved their heads, some rolling about, almost about to develop spirits. Every stalk of grass and every tree carried rich essence. So, a stalk of divine medicine flew over, escaping without a trace. Hao was startled, about to chase after it. Even though this wasn't true long-life immortal medicine, its value in the outside world was still astonishingly great. Just how many stalks of divine medicines could the lower realms have? Tao friend, please stop, this is the Kuan family's land. Even though it is close to the city gate, they are not ownerless things. Those are medicinal herbs, they are raising free-range here. The white peacock fairy said. Hao revealed an embarrassed expression, saying that he was too excited, forgetting that he was in immortal domain, but in reality he was testing things out, wishing to know the value of divine medicines in this ancient great world. He continued forward. This world had drizzling immortal energy flowing about, the most valuable place. Hao took a deep breath of air, sighing with regret. Wasn't this an environment one yearned for even in their dreams? The undying substance was too rich, definitely able to greatly lengthen the lifespans of cultivators. He knew that even if he didn't achieve immortality here, he would most likely be able to live for a long time. If his strength was great enough, even if he wasn't an immortal, he would still be close to achieving long life. Up ahead, a volcano was suspended in the sky dome above, not on the ground. It released smoke, magma surging inside. Was there another world inside? Otherwise, why was there magma pouring out? However, it didn't release poisonous mist. That magma and smoke actually had a type of shocking spiritual nature, gathering here, pouring into a part of the city wall. There was someone seated there, a middle-aged man, golden hair scattered down, indifferent and expressionless. He gave this direction a look, and then closed his eyes again. "Uncle!" Jin Yong called out with a low voice, and then hurriedly shut his mouth. This middle-aged man didn't respond. Previously, it was him who spoke out. He was one of the generals in charge of guarding this place, his strength powerful beyond compare, representing the Golden Crow clan in overseeing this place. Meanwhile, Jin Yong, White Peacock Fairy, and other youngsters, the reason why they could ascend the city gateway was because of their relationship with this level of people. Otherwise, there was no way normal youngsters could go up there. What kind of wonderful scenery can there be near the city gates? Why don't we just go in deeper, see some grand mountains and rivers, what the true immortal domain really is like? Sanzang said, not acting like an outsider at all. However, his outer appearance really was quite excellent, like a sun god. Golden brilliance surrounded his body, skin sparkling like jade, even more like a solitary immortal than the immortal blood descendants. For undead knights to be this pure and holy, this could be considered quite the rarely seen thing. Are there any beautiful sceneries, places with grand mountains and rivers? At the very least, we have to see some wonderful places that can represent immortal domain. Hao asked. He also didn't want to just wander about the outskirts, wanting to see what immortal domain was really like. Those people frowned, feeling a bit troubled. At the same time, Hao and the others turned around, their expressions immediately going rigid, because there were soldiers in ancient armor who held sacred magical artifacts, currently purifying the roads they passed. It was to the extent where there was divine radiance that covered all around them, worried that inauspicious substance would leak out from their bodies. You all really are careful. Shinming actually wanted to berate them, feeling like they were being scorned by the other side. However, when she sensed the rich immortal mist those soldiers released, she changed her words. She had to admit that immortal domain was terrifying, that person's strength was definitely horrifying. This way, we'll bring you all to see Immortal Pit. Not far out from the city gates was an altar that was connected to the distant immortal domain depths. When Hao and the others got on the altar, a wave of rich immortal energy surrounded them. Moreover, 5-colored divine light was released, and then with a schwa noise, they were swept through, directly disappearing from this place. When they appeared again, they were already far from the stone gates, situated above a massive pit. Giant stones laid in disarray, the giant pit's bottom not visible. However, it wasn't frightening, instead having immortal energy rising from below. The surrounding forest had chaotic energy spreading from it as well. "What kind of place is this?" Shinming asked. "One of Immortal Domain's lands of wonder. It can satisfy your desires. Even though this place is deep and immeasurable, extremely dangerous, it is also a place of natural luck." Jin Yang replied with a cold expression. "The rocks in Immortal Pit, some of them hold immortal Tao books, some of them carrying exceptional fierce weapons. Of course, endless experts came to search this place, but not everyone will necessarily be able to obtain something. Instead, there is a big chance of feeding oneself to stone beasts." White Peacock Fairy reminded. Immortal Pit, this was a place of mysterious origins. It was rumored that it was an ancient pit that had existed since the era when emperors fell.